Hey everybody, welcome to the watch party. It is the most important round of the 2024 Candidates Chess Tournament, which is the most important tournament of the 2024 calendar cycle. And we're very lucky, of course, the three senseis are here as we have been pretty much every evening this tournament. Sorry, for you guys it might be day. We're really happy and lucky to have another special guest today, National Master Ben Johnson of the Perpetual Chess Pod. Ben, welcome.
What's up, guys? What's up, everyone watching? Been loving this tournament, so I'm happy to pop in.
Yeah. So, Dos wanted to hear the intro rap song. No rap song today. The action is heating up. We were sitting around chatting, and then it was like, go, 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 let's get on. And, moves are flying here between Nepomniachtchi and Gukesh. Nepomniachtchi, he has challenged for the World Championship 2 matches in a row and is currently leading his 3rd consecutive Candidates Chess Tournament. Gukesh was the 2nd or 3rd youngest grandmaster in the world and a 13-year-old kid when Jan was qualifying for the first of these 3 Candidates tournaments. And now here he is, the youngest candidate in the tournament, tied for first place with Jan, and about to face a very dangerous game with Black, most likely. But what are your guys' thoughts on what to expect today between these two?
Well, first of all, we should say, thank you, Ben Johnson, being here. We have the human eval bar, and I just raised my eval to 0.5 for white. That's just my intuitive take. And so it's bounced up. The other senseis and Ben haven't done theirs yet.
I'm still trying to figure out how his queen got out. I'm playing catch up on the game. So.
Yeah, give me a second here. He moved his queen super early.
There may be others playing catch up on the game. So while you guys toggle that eval bar, I'm going to play through the first moves again because they came out really fast. I mean, these two are blitzing. Gukesh has 159 as if the game were being played with increment. But remember, folks, there's no increment for the first 40 moves in the FIDE Candidates Tournament, the only tournament of the year that these folks will play without an increment. So
it was Gukesh who started the chaos. He went knight g7.
Knight e7 versus the Rui.
Is that the Cozio? I always get the Cozio and some of these other obscure Roys mixed up.
Yeah, Cozio, exactly.
Okay. Good name.
So I'm certain, it's pretty. I'm gonna definitely think this Queen D4 thing is. I'm gonna look in the database right now, but to me, it already looks like Black is doing something a little weird, Indian style, to get an interesting position. We're about to see here.
Yeah, but Jan's the kind of guy who, at some point in his life, probably played the center game just to get something weird and interesting himself, right? Like probably somewhere in his life, he's played one of these, ED4, Queen D4, Knight C6, Queen E3. And just sort of force the queenside castling. I bet he has.
By the way, I went up to 0.4. I don't super believe in this either, but it's still the opening, so it's very early to determine a true evaluation.
Yeah.
But
look,
it should be a little bit better for white.
With the same commentary.
Okay, so let me just give a little bit of update. So in the database, there are several people who have played Knight D4 and Knight C6, and Demchenko has really done it a bunch of times. And then, of course, you could take on C6, or you could play Queen E3, Queen D3, and some chump play Queen D1. We're in pretty novel territory. We don't also have any super strong players having done this. Not surprising. Even though I like White's position, you got to think it's definitely an advantage that this guy has got, he's been able to look at this deeply. And no, Jan, no way. No way you're going to be looked at this deeply.
So no Gukesh playing this before.
No, just this dude, Demchenko.
Okay. Huh.
And here there's been a mini moves. Bishop D6, G6, Bishop B4 check, Bishop E7. I've all been playing.
Sorry, that went fast. You said Bishop D6, like dog?
Bishop D6, yeah.
Okay.
The weird looking move, right? G6.
G6.
Looks also very strange to me. But this Demchenko dude is playing Bishop D6.
Not this Gukesh dude.
A little bit surprising then that Gukesh is thinking a little bit. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, Kostya, can you do us a favor? Can you give us the link for their faces, the
Yeah,
snot cam?
let me find the videos for today's games. We've been watching the players on the FIDE broadcasts. So we got Nepo. The other pairings are Naka Abasov, got Fabi Firouzja, and Prague Vidit. All right, let me find Nepo here. By the way, Ben, what has been your thoughts on this candidate so far? Have you been glued to your seat?
I have. I have found it. I don't know if it's just like I forget how entertaining I found it, or this one is unusually entertaining, but I have found it utterly captivating, I have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been
Yeah.
very, very compelling.
I mean, all the opening surprises help a lot. We are trending towards a lot of Roys and Italians in the past few rounds. But
Mhm.
even this, like, okay, at least it's a Cosio.
Oh yeah, this is like, I mean, in terms of the solid options you have in the Rui, you have Berlin. Okay, you could have done Petrov. You have like the Marshall. You have like classic Rui. You have Archangel. Like, there's so many systems with a much more solid reputation than this.
Right. And let's say okay, it's just my basic human understanding of a position like this is that white has to be better because they've got a center pawn and because it's a little bit awkward how black is going to develop. Plus, white has a simple plan of playing knight c3 and then just controlling the d5 square in a brutalistic way.
By the way, Gukesh is thinking, so I think he's out of book after Queen E3.
No, he's not out of book, dude. You know, if you're gonna go down this route, you know, you're gonna have looked at Queen E3.
Okay, sorry, is that the main move?
Well, I guess I would consider it the main move. A bunch of chumps played bishop takes c6, but that seems very unpromising to me after DC.
Mm-hmm.
So Queen E3 or Queen D3, maybe similar, would have been the competitive moves, you could say.
So, Jesse, according to you, Gukesh is pretending to think here?
Well, I'm waiting for the cam. I'm waiting for the cam.
All right. We need the camera eval.
Oh, it's in the chats. It's in the chats.
Okay. One thing, Ben, that you should have on somebody on your show is Eugene or somebody with Eugene's skill, where Eugene, dude, can like look at a dude and tell you like what they're thinking. And now with the cams, it's really interesting because, you know, before we didn't have cams, so we didn't really get it. And you can try to derive some sensibility of like how you read people, you know. Naga in his recaps is doing really interesting stuff about reading people as well.
He's
So
the
it's
most
a
fun
cool-
one to watch in terms of like facial expressions.
Yeah, Nepo's got some good expressions too, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
My personal take is he's just trying to remember the plans and stuff. And now, because Queen E3 was like, let's say the first branch. The Bishop D6 move is, of course, very weird. And you're not going to play Bishop D6 unless you looked at it with a computer, right?
Yeah. If I had no idea what I was doing, I would look first at moves like Bishop B4 and Bishop E7. If I just came into the position cold.
Yeah. This move G6, I can imagine it. I don't like moving. I don't like unnecessary pawn moves, but you could consider that move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You could also, if you wanted to be a little wacky, go like Prague and play B5 knight A5, going for that killer Bishop B7 thing, and you haven't even played the Schliemann deferred yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That seems dodgy. Got to develop your king side here.
Too bad he didn't play the Schliemann deferred, huh?
This to me, as like, just from the look of it, it's not. I really dislike any kind of early F pawn openings, as David well knows, because I criticized him forever for playing the King's Gambit. But this one feels just position. I think the old timers would really not like this position for black. You know.
Yeah.
But like we've been discovering, everything is playable. It's like everything is actually playable.
Yeah, I mean, like Jesse and Kostya, I looked at this position. Oh, Ben also. We all raised our evals
Yeah.
on this opening. So to classically trained eyes, it looks like Black can't achieve D5. White can develop pretty comfortably. Bishop will be pretty good on B3 because F7's a good target, good pressure. So it's up to Gukesh to show us.
I was thinking earlier today, Jan Gustafsson recently came out with an E4 repertoire, and he was being a little bit dodgy. Like when I interviewed him, about 6 weeks ago, he was at an undisclosed location, and we were chatting before the interview, and I said, you were spotted at St. Louis. You got to let me know when you're coming to the United States. And I said, were you there with Nepo? And he was coy about that too, even though I told him, like, I'm not going to like blow up your spot if you tell me. But I mean, and it seemed like he had to be. So anyway, now he's revealed as Nepo's second, and the idea that he was comprehensively putting together this E4 repertoire makes even more sense to me. But I do wonder, like, someone approaching it as Gukesh with Black, they also know, okay, Gusti's working with Nepo. He's been seen in Toronto, whatever. He made a chessable course. Like, do they just go straight to like what he recommends against the Cosio? Or like, I'm just curious how much overlap there is in Jan's. I mean, obviously Jan's a lifelong E4 player, only needs Gusti's help to an extent, but I am curious. I can actually look right now.
I have a question about that, but maybe I'll just give my 2 cents on this knight c6 move. So the claim with knight c6 is, first of all, if you take, I'm fine after dc. And then the other claim is, really, you got d3 and e3 that makes sense. On d3, you're later going to get whacked with the knight, and on e3, you're going to get whacked with a rook on e8. I think that's my just general sense of how you could try to validate this strange opening choice. I still like white. I'm not changing my eval, but I'm just, in terms of a narrative, I think that's the way I would talk about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with Jesse. It's very important.
Question.
Oh, go ahead, Kostya.
All right, yeah, just I wouldn't be surprised if Nepo just hasn't looked at Cosio in like years.
Right,
it's just
dude,
something that just rarely comes up, or you see it online, So
Magnus played it a few times, so I bet he reviewed it at least for their last World Championship match.
Okay.
I don't even know who Cosio was. I don't know.
And so just two things. I see Patrick Daly in chat saying I may have an echo, so let me know if that's the case. And also, I remembered, for what it's worth, Jan recommends the Dubov Italian in the course, so it's a moot point.
Oh, okay. Well then.
I wanted to ask you, we brought this up yesterday. I had a German friend link me to a German article, and the German Federation's kind of pissed, as well as German politics, that Gusti and Liko is living in Hamburg. I think he has German residency or something like that. But they're pissed that they're on the team because Nepo is financed by like the second wealthiest dude in Russia, who's like Putin's bro.
I wondered about that. Wow. If there would be like blowback.
No. We here at the show didn't have any super strong feelings about it yesterday, but I don't know if you have perspective on that.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is messy because, I mean, of course, Jan has, he signed the petition against the
Right.
Russian act of aggression, but on the other hand, cashing the checks. So, I don't know.
I like this staying on one board, by the way. I mean, we can give updates for the other one, but I like this staying on the one board.
Speaking of the drama, Ben, what is your take on Shoegate?
Oh,
Did you watch
Shoegate,
the Arbiter video that was posted?
Yeah, I didn't watch the video. I'm aware of the story. I feel like a lot of people, I mean, obviously FIDE's reputation precedes them, but I feel like a lot of people are reflexively attacking FIDE. And like, what if his shoes were really loud? Like, do we know? Like, it could be a problem, you know?
So I thought the video was actually rather convincing from the arbiter's point of view. He was saying that, Ferrugia was just kind of like pacing back and forth in this one area next to Abbasov's seat.
Right.
And so, yeah, Abbasov, I mean, he's not playing Ferrugia, so it wasn't like Nepok, it was Abbasov. He's like, hey, this is like too loud. So, guy is kind of caught in a tough place if a player is, rightfully complaining.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, yeah, he's not just like creating a problem.
Yeah.
Yes, we had a question in chat about the Sensei eval. That's just the average of all of our takes here on this position. And this was actually came out of the Hammer show. Hammer did a podcast with us about the no eval debate, and he kind of spurred us to, take it to another level. And so this was our way of letting the users know where the game stood. Like, imagine you know nothing about chess and you look at this thing, you want to come in and have a sense of who is better. And when you go to other broadcasts, they ruin it by, using the computer and not giving a human sense of what's going on. But we said to ourselves, hey, let's try it to just give a sense for people of where at least we think the game stands. And so, for example, I have White at plus 0.5, David everybody else is at 0.4. So pretty consensus that we feel White should be better here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the bar does auto scale. So if we start thinking black is better, then it'll go into negative numbers.
Nice.
By the way, it's increasingly weird that Kukesh hasn't moved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hell of an acting job.
He's been studying tape from Grishuk.
Yeah. I think he looked at Queen D3 because that to me looks like the move you would play if you're not taking on C6 or Queen D1. Like you don't block your own bishop. Queen E3 is like, again, unless it's like the top database move, in which case you really should have looked at it.
Well, let me make an argument for Bishop D6, which I assume is Demchenko having looked at the computer. So if you played Bishop B4, yes, White could be fine with Bishop D2 or C3, but I think Knight C3 could potentially be annoying because White's going to castle and then look to quickly play Knight D5, where the knight kind of wants to go to anyway. So if you don't have Bishop B4, then you tell yourself, well, where does the bishop go? And especially, where's it going to go if I want my rook to go to E8? Then that's how you come up with this weird Bishop D6 move. On Bishop D6, though, also, White can play E5, I think, because you can't take the thing because of F4. So there's a lot of questions about Bishop D6. Yeah.
Jesse, here's something insane after F4.
Okay.
Castles,
I knew you were going to
maybe?
do it.
F8.
I knew you couldn't help yourself. Okay.
Queen H4 check.
Uh-huh.
G3. Queen
Doing
A4.
A4.
Pawn takes D6. But now I don't have rook E8.
There's no rook E8.
So
If your queen could look through that pawn, you would.
I know we're so close to making it work. What if we took with the bishop instead? F4 castles. No, sorry. What did I do before? Yeah, F4 castles.
He can play Bishop C6 instead of F4.
Oh, right. That's why I took the way I did. All right, folks, check it out. I hung a piece. Bishop takes knight.
I adjusted my eval to +3.
Attacking this. Oh, Kostya's live on the scene. Wait, we got to move from Gukesh. Bishop E7.
All right.
The first move that came to my mind.
Bishop E7. Wait, you were saying Bishop D6? Oh, no, eval's going up then for me. Bishop D6 is like the Demchenko move, and he's going Bishop E7 after a long think. Starting to believe in White.
I'm holding steady to my 0.4.
Yeah, I already anticipated this.
Oh, I see. Factor that into your evaluation.
Yeah, it's mostly like when I put my eval, I hadn't yet heard about Demchenko's bishop d6 and stuff, and so I was thinking bishop e7 and bishop b4.
Is white gonna castle king side or queen side here? Okay.
Oh, wait, Jess, are you muted?
Sorry. There was an ambulance going by, so I muted. This position, right? I'm saying white is doing great because black is passive. But when we think about it, like if black is going to castle and play d6 at some point, b5, white is definitely better. But like a lot of those passive positions, it's not super obvious how you're actually going to take black out.
What are you saying for white here?
I'm just seeing a nice spatial advantage where black has a couple problem pieces and white has the nice juicy d5 square.
Yeah.
So that's why I got it at 0.7. I might even go up to a full +1.
Jeez.
But what I'm trying to say is it's not, even if it's a clear advantage for the computer or whatever, this is not going to be super, like spatial advantages are tough, dude. They're tough to convert.
Yeah, but black's position is pretty passive and limited. I mean, what?
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir.
I mean, looking at
People
this,
are
I can't
saying
see
you're
any
muted,
reason why
Jesse.
he would play this.
You can't hear me?
That's what the
No,
chat's saying. I hear
We're good
you.
now. I think we're good now.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, all good.
We're not trying to predict the computer eval. This is just our take on the position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Joel is asking us about other games, and we're doing something a little bit different today. We might look, but we're trying to focus on this game in particular because if there's a decisive result here today,
Yeah.
then that's kind of almost game over. If it's a draw, it's also significant because if Naka or Fabi won, they could, it's maybe kind of sort of wide open again.
Especially Prague is just half a point behind them, right?
Right.
And Prague today has white against FIDE.
Good. It's been so unpredictable, results wise.
Well, yes and no. His he beats Naka and then loses to everyone else.
Now you tell me.
I mean, I think we'll look at other games at some point, I'm sure. Oh, Nepo just played Knight C3. In particular, the Fabi Faruja game looks like it's going to be pretty violent. Going early Rook G1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, so
And Faruja already tanking on that one, so he's back to his usual out of bookness.
Yeah.
I just changed my eval to 20. I wanted to see if the eval bar would spike, but
Ay, ay, ay.
did it work?
Yeah, you spiked it, buddy.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
now I'll unspike it.
It only takes one sensei to ruin a sensei eval bar. It doesn't take
Right.
much. Delicate instrument.
Another thing that Hammer was kind of on about, I don't know how you to implement this, but to also have like a spiciness indicator that you could do along with the eval bar. And I would say, even though white's much better here, it's especially spicy as a position because although black is passive, there's not anything immediately that's going to plop on his head.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I would maybe be thinking about for black here is, how bad do I want to steal the light square bishop? Right? So, I think there's a couple different ways he could develop. He could develop with a b5 knight a5,
Mm-hmm.
or he could be just passive with d6 castles rook e8.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those seem plausible to me. The ambitious one, I think, is stealing the light square bishop. at least then you could tell yourself a story that you have something for your suffering. you know, like I'm suffering in this position, but I got his bishop. Got his bishop, man.
Yeah. I mean, given that the knight is going to be on d5, white won't be terrified by the bishop pair.
Well, White's never going to be terrified, but it's just like, I want to steal something from you.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to steal a little something.
How do we feel about the knight taking the c3 square, Sam? Well, basically, we think that putting this knight on d5 is one of the more obvious ways for white to try to show their advantage. Really prevent black from playing d5 is very important. Like, he played knight c3 before castling because, against castling, you start to be afraid black's just going to play d5. Although I calculated it might not work, but knight c3 really wants to prevent d5. Probably plop the knight there, and you suggest bishop d2 to c3 as a maneuver. That could come later if things go well. I mean, this bishop's probably going to be on d2. So depending how much of a free hand Gukesh gives him, once he's played knight d5, he could surely consider bishop c3.
I think also, just in terms of what you could say about knight c3 is like, you just ask yourself, well, what move do I know for absolute certain that I want to play? And I think castles and knight c3 probably interchangeable, but knight c3 is just like, yep, I know my knight wants to go there because in this pawn structure, it's really nice to have the knight going to d5. There's an ancient book written by G.M. Soltis about pawns in chess, and he called this thing the Marco hop, the knight c3 to d5. I've never heard it called the Marco hop before or since.
Yeah,
but
that really didn't catch on.
I could talk about it in this position. Nebel's got the Marco hop.
I could see white playing, especially Nepo, bishop d2 and queenside castles.
I feel like that's so insane, dog. But you and Ben Johnson are on the same wavelength there. Yeah,
it's also a question of like, what's his mindset? I mean, it's obviously much more aggressive. Like, which games is he trying to win, or is he just being purely pragmatic, move by move?
Yeah, his Ruy Lopez is an interesting choice because it doesn't indicate much other than, I mean, maybe he was expecting some kind of like deferred Schliemann, or something like this. It's like the kid's not going to go for the Berlin. And well, he kind of got what he wanted, it feels like. Just some slightly offbeat system.
Well, it's also, it's interesting. Like, let's say the way Nepo dealt with Fabi, he just gave away his white there. He was like, no, I don't want to fight at all. And what Gukesh did kind of it's very provocative. It's like, yeah, buddy, here's the red flag, and I'm Toro. Let's see if you can come get me. Let me explain why I don't like castles. I could be proven wrong. Castles long. Why I don't like castles long. White's advantage is in the center, especially this d5 square. So I don't see any practical value in exposing our king to extra grief by putting it on the long side. Castle's short. I'm just safe.
Sometimes when you have an advantage in the center, castling on opposite sides allows you to accentuate that and make it sharper and have your advantage, like it increases your advantage. It's felt more.
Yeah, because you get the rook in with tempo.
You do, but I'm going to get b5 as a source of play for free.
Right. Like, it gives counterplay, but sometimes if you control the center, they can't get enough resources there to really checkmate your king, and you can get...
Now, I want to be clear. I think White's position is so good that even though I think castling long is a mistake, I would still say White's better. Okay? Yeah. But I just doesn't make strategic sense to me, so, from the Boomer GM point of view.
Yeah. Well,
I still can't get over how much he's thinking.
Yeah. But I guess, Jesse, you're the only person who's not so excited that they would just castle queenside here.
If I was White, I'd be excited. I'd be like, dude, I'm up 20 minutes. This guy is the one who sprung this weird thing on me. I'm up 20 minutes. Obviously, I'm not in any kind of threat after bishop e7. It's like there's no computer line that's going to crush me or something. You know, I'm fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this long thing doesn't inspire confidence from Gukesh because like,
No.
okay, this is not an opening he's played a lot, maybe at all, like OTB. And if he doesn't know like what the move is here, now he has to figure out like, okay, what did the computer want?
I'm definitely rethinking whether this should be the game we cover today. I know there's something about the standings or whatever, but I don't want to watch Gukesh lose. And it looks pretty scary right now. Just his clock's like ticking away. Your time is vanishing all the time. It's so painful in a chess game when your time's going away.
Well, I mean, look, I feel like there are two more games, actually three more games that are very interesting. Number one, you got Fabi Firouzja, because that just has a spicy open Sicilian. Firouzja's gone for like a Dragadorf setup. I mean, that one's just going to be chaos. And then Naka against the Bossov is super interesting to me because this is a must-win game for Naka if he wants to win this tournament. I mean, it's 5 rounds to go. This is his white game against Abasov. You know, like David said, he's got this date circled on his calendar ever since the pairings went out. And also means Abasov has a chance to win his first game because Naka's definitely going to be taking risk.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, Naka also goes for like exchange French structure, like Nepo did. So somehow these guys think that the way to beat him is to go for exchange French, which is curious.
D3, repeating Nepo's boring approach to the... Nepo just played bishop e2, though, right? Repeating Nepo's approach. Wow, he allows the bishop g3, f takes g3 option. And even has his rook off of the f file for it, allowing g5.
Gukesh castled, and Nepo came back to the board and gave him one of those looks like, bro, is this the way you're going to play chess? You know?
Castles.
I mean, Castle definitely, I don't know why it took him so long to do that move. That wasn't worth 20 minutes of your time, boss.
Right, 20 minutes. I think I will castle. Nice. Nice. But now we find out if Jan's castling queenside with bishop d2, which I expect.
I'm going to raise mine to 1.
How can you raise it every time a move gets played? These are normal
No,
development
I'm
moves.
just adjusting my situation.
Okay.
I can reevaluate.
Okay.
I can reevaluate. I just
Typical engine behavior. Move gets played, evaluation shifts.
No, I'm just like, it's so pleasant for white, dude. It's so pleasant. And oh yeah. And if I was Jan, definitely just castle short, buddy. Just castle short. Very simple. And then, because after we castle short, black has to, I feel like he's going to have to declare his intentions pretty soon. Does he want to do b5, knight a5, or does he want to do d6, rook e8, that kind of thing?
Oh, God.
In all those positions, by the way, it is very tough for black to actually get cracked. They still have to, I feel like they still are going to need to make another mistake. Because, you can sit, you play rook e8, bishop f8, d6. It's still pretty tenacious, even though I think white is definitely clearly better.
Yeah, but if you castle queenside, you can start throwing your pawns. F4, H4, H5.
I don't know. Okay, we'll see.
Yeah.
See. I think also with Nepo, maybe let's just pretend that castles long is just as good as castles for a second, which I don't believe, but let's just pretend. It definitely involves more risk, and dude has been very clever about avoiding risk in this tournament. So
I think
it's
that's
not
what he's
only the
thinking
wrong
about.
move, but I don't think he's going to do it. I think that's like it's against his tournament strategy.
My read of him is that like his natural instinct is to castle queenside. Like if this was a Title Tuesday game, bishop d2 would be on the board.
Yeah.
But of course, given the tournament situation, I mean, yeah, you do have to be responsible. You can't just YOLO, just because your opponent played slightly weird opening. So,
But there's also
uh,
like Queen G3 ideas, right? He could not commit right away.
mhm.
I mean, if this were Title Tuesday, he not only would Bishop D2 have been played already, but he'd be 8 rounds further into the tournament by now. It's just
You guys, what do you want to cast so long for? First of all, with
to
Bishop
checkmate
D2,
black.
it's not okay. But first of all, Bishop D2 is not the most natural square. It's not clear the bishop wants to belong there. And furthermore, we'll go like H4, H5 next.
Jesse, it's the same reason we play chess. We play chess to castle queenside. We castle queenside to checkmate.
I think it's gonna actually. Another cool part about just watching one game is it's more insightful for the people watching, like because you can kind of play guess the move. And so my guess the move is definitely that dude's gonna castle short.
I'll go Bishop D2.
I'll go Queen G3.
Okay.
I'm just thinking about the rooks. I think the A rook belongs on D1. I think the H rook belongs on H1 behind the pawn.
Yeah.
H4, H5.
Or even on H8, ultimately.
Ultimately, yes. I mean,
And
I'm
I
not.
think Queen G3 could well happen. I think I'm just speaking for myself, the clue for me about Queen G3 would be when black commits to Rook E8. By the way, Rook E8 is not always going to be great. It has a problem on the A4 E8 pin, and also it makes F7 tender. So even though that's definitely black's most natural spot and it's probably going to go there, it's not without its drawbacks.
After Queen G3, Bishop H4, what are you
I don't want to
hunting
play
for?
Queen G3 now. I'm trying to tell you guys that it's later that the queen is going to decide.
Yeah, it's just a question I have about it because I've seen a bunch of people suggesting Queen G3.
Also, Queen G3, Bishop, then maybe our weird Bishop D6.
Yeah, Bishop H4 is a bit annoying. I missed Queen F3 95. I mean,
I see
Or
Kostas
even.
inched his up to 0.6.
Oh no, I put 0.6. That was a little while ago. That was after
Oh.
Bishop E7. Because I was like, Gukesh doesn't know this position, so that's not good. Yeah, Queen G3, Bishop H4. I feel like is annoying because if Queen F3, you can even go like Bishop G5, I think, as black,
Yeah.
and just try to neutralize by trading off the bishops.
I think, by the way, one of the ways, well, many ways that the chess played here is different than the chump GM chess is chump GMs and chump IMs would be thinking like, oh, do I want to play castles short or castles long? But I think where their level, like he is mapping out the different plans that black can do here. Because I do feel even though black is worse, it's black who gets to decide pretty quickly on the next move, really. Is it going to be D6 or is it going to be some B5 thing?
D5 somehow? B5,
B5,
right?
B5.
B5, yeah. Okay, Jan's moved.
Oh,
And he
okay.
went straight knight D5, which I was
Whoa,
going to bring your
okay,
attention to this question from chat. Someone in chat was
We
saying,
got that one wrong.
why wouldn't you just go knight D5 now? Somebody in chat asked that.
Wow.
No, the Marco Hop, dude, right away.
Dude, Marco Hop.
is that spelled
Oh,
Marko?
Marco.
MAR. Yeah, actually, I'm going to Google that to see if anybody else has ever used that. Or is that
Because I know
actually-
there is a player, I think Jorg Marco. I know him because Tarash whipped him a couple times. Some nice games. That's the only thing I know about him. So I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
there's
the
a bunch
same
of
Marco.
actually references to the Marco Hop.
Sounds like a
Yeah.
dance from the 1950s.
For
Yeah.
sure.
Apparently, though, it does go back to this Andy Soltis book. Oh, he's got another one, the Boleslavsky Hole.
Ooh, that one sounds
I don't
good.
remember that one. That one sounds pretty cool, though, right?
Yeah.
The
Gotta
Boleslavsky
pay
Hole.
the troll toll to get into Boleslavsky's hole.
Yep.
Dude, knight D5. Oh, man.
So what's he trying to do? He's like inducing bishop d6
That's
and
a
then
spicy
f4.
move, man.
Oh,
I might even.
you guys are getting the etymology on Marco Hops. Marco Scacce, a Slavic children's song.
Oh, is that it?
Well, so saith at least one random person on YouTube. Isn't that how you guys learn things?
Yeah, I'll buy it. Seems believable to me.
Okay, so let's try to construct the narrative around knight d5, right? Like, yes, it's a nice square for the knight, obviously, but it weakens e4. It's not a developing move. Um, and it doesn't, as far as I can tell, doesn't directly address the different plans that black can do here, namely b5 or just the simple like rook e8, bishop f8.
b5 played, by the way.
b5 played. Okay, here we go.
Yes.
Bishop b3. I'm calling it now. Oh wait, 97. I moved too fast.
You moved too fast.
By the way, I think 97 would be an example of Nimzovich's pig, dude. You know, you just invested all that time and money into your pig, and then you trade it off for some chump piece on e7 and develop the black queen. You know, no good.
True. Well, Nepo knows about Marco Hop. Does he know about Nimzovich's pig?
I'm gonna degrade it. I don't like. I'm just gonna say it. You know, I'm just gonna. You know, I might adjust it, but I'm going back down to 0.5. I didn't think knight d5 was correct. Obviously, I'm not at his level. I get it, but it just doesn't look right to me.
Yeah, it surprised me too. I thought that just basically you have to work on your rooks here. And knight d5 wasn't going anywhere, so.
Now, one thing about knight d5, though, is if black wants knight a5, he's got to do it now, or else bishop d2 will stop it.
Yeah.
I think knight a5 makes a lot of sense to me. I get to take your bishop, and then I'll threaten bishop b7 and just ask you, like, what do you do it, buddy? Oh, that's black. I'd just be, I mean, maybe I'm missing something, obviously, but I'd just be relieved. Maybe, okay, maybe, David, it's concrete with knight a5, queen g3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me try that out.
Maybe that's the
and see what's
intention.
going on there. So are you saying you're threatening bishop h6?
Well, I'm also threatening queen takes c7. There's many things here I don't understand, though, like the basic bishop d6. No comprende.
Bishop d6, if you're trying to take my c-pawn, that move makes a lot of sense. You could now go to g4 with the little Panovich blocked.
But then I'm going to take on b3, and then I'm going to play bishop b7.
Okay.
Maybe not, though. Maybe you're going to wait. Okay, wait, slow it down, Brian. Also, by the way, when knight takes b3, you could play bishop h6 immediately, David.
Sure, you could.
But
that's sacking a lot of pieces just for a checkmate, Jesse. Are you sure that you have enough after knight a1?
But do your bishop e5 move, boss.
Okay.
That's a good one.
I'll play my real move. Oh, there's real moves coming in, realer than us. Knight a5.
Okay.
Yes.
Knight a5, I called it, bows.
Back to the analysis. Knight takes. You want to try bishop h6 now. Of course, more realistically, I'll go bishop e5. And if you try and chase me down with f4, I got a spot in mind. On b2. Be happy there.
So black is okay here because I got d6 next to Mundo.
Yep.
Okay, so that was.
I'm lowering my eval. 0.4.
Oh, we're getting some more. Everybody's lowering their eval.
Coming down. You know whose eval bar doesn't need to change? Mine.
Ben is holding steady at 0.4, man. That dude hasn't moved.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
That just means you guys are closed-minded.
Or that we predicted something along these lines. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try to put a narrative for white out there. Okay. So one narrative is that if you play c6 to knock my knight, then the dark squares will be too weak, especially the d6 square. If you play bishop b7 and take my knight, then I will simply have a nice space advantage. Right? To me, though, that's looking very close to equal. If we imagine like castle short, knight b3, bishop b7, takes on d5 next. Why? Why, oh, why would white have an advantage?
I mean, there could be a little pressure on the a6 pawn. If you give
That's pretty highfalutin.
if you give away the bishop, that's what? It's just a backward pawn on open file. Is that really so fancy? I mean, I wouldn't say it's much. I think you go down that direction. The advantage is maybe 0.3 or 0.2, but it's certainly not fully equal. Yeah, and to folks wondering what we're doing here today, our tentative plan is to focus on Nepo versus Gukesh. They're tied for first place in this tournament, and if either of them should win the game, it's going to be, potentially the decisive game for who challenges Ding. That plan may or may not be something we stick with, or that we, or that works out. We'll see, but it's just something to try. Important to try different things now and then in broadcasting. You can give us feedback on how you feel about it.
Yeah. And, with the eval, one thing is interesting. We were talking about Naka's game yesterday against Vidit for a long time. Me and David were, and Kostya. And I had the sensibility that black was better, and Naka in his, it's really interesting then to, see somebody else talk about it. He felt it was basically equal the whole time. I had my reasons, for thinking he was better, of course, but yeah, I guess so. That was an example where you could say I was wrong about the eval.
Yeah.
Okay, folks are saying there was an interview from Ali Reza's dad on the mainstream, but guys, what did he say? What was said?
Yeah, why do we need to hear about
I
this?
see like 10 comments like, oh, he's giving it, but what did he say though?
He communicated that he was angry.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
the head was
complaining
banned.
about what?
It's got to be Shoegate. All right, Isaac's gonna watch it. Report back, Isaac.
It's about shoes, Isaac. You may or may not be interested.
We need Anamaya Kazarian to weigh in as the official shoe authority.
We're getting a report from Trace that he spoke for 20 minutes and said nothing. So, good enough. Good enough for me. That's about
They're
how
moaning
interested
about
I
Jan's
am.
laptop. Well, what's with the laptop? I don't know. I feel like basically, oh, come on, guys, give us something.
Andrel says he's complaining about anti-cheating measures.
Oh, so he's throwing like conspiracies out.
Wow.
Jeez.
That's not a good look.
See, that's something. That's like, even if he's way off, I mean, that's
Right. I mean, what's Fischer's streak for most candidates tournaments in which he finished first? What's Kasparov's streak for most candidates tournaments in which he finished first? And then what is Jan's streak? What are the odds of that streak? Interesting.
dang.
It calms me a
Gukesh
little when Jan has to think too.
Gukesh catching up a little on the clock. Yeah.
Yeah, and I will say we shouldn't go there, but I'll just briefly give it a brief sense. The Prague vid, it looks kind of equal. Naka, nah, maybe he's a touch better.
Here,
And
I got a
Bobby,
little thing, Jesse. Hang on.
yeah, you got a little thing.
I got a little thing. We're gonna go here. All right. Give us your.
I didn't want to actually go there because, I just wanted to give a quick synopsis. But anyways, Prague, Vidit seems about equal. I think Naka probably enjoys his position here, but it's maybe still equal. I like Naka's position. And then, dude, Caruana, Ferrugia, these guys they're out for blood, dude. That's a bloody position
Yeah,
right
that
there.
looks like fun.
I don't know who it's gonna be fun for, but it's gonna be a madness.
Yeah, someone's gonna have a bad day for sure.
Someone's gonna have a bad day. That's right. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I mean, if I were just picking off of position, I would be covering Fabio versus Ali Reza at this point. If it was just that. That's the game that I would want to see.
All right, important question for the chat, because I'm sure they covered this on a broadcast. Did Ali Reza wear different shoes today?
That's the kind of thing we're not focused on.
Get your priorities straight, Jesse.
Well, we got the booger cam, but we don't have a shoe cam, so it'd be kind of hard to know how to.
Oh wait, maybe we do have a shoe cam. Hold on. It's hard to see.
By the way, David, I know you think this Gukesh game is kind of unspicy, but the way I see it is Nepo has to come up with an idea now, or else Black is just going to be fine.
Yeah, I don't actually think this game is unspicy. I just think that the hotness meter would reveal that the Fabi game is, taking off.
Right.
This would be my second favorite game, just off position,
We'll see. I mean, I don't know how White creates spice.
So we just saw that Queen G3 line. It just doesn't work after Bishop D6.
I didn't see how it was going to work, right?
Yeah. Queen G3, Bishop D6. Didn't look like anything serious. I mean, somebody in chat was calling the Bishop E5 defense a chump IM move, and they were saying they're going to play F4, Bishop B2, E5, and just checkmate us like chumps. But, I mean, probably I'd throw in the move D6 to bother the queen, right? Or maybe even F5. Something like F5, hit the queen and the E-pawn while White's got a rook hanging, right? And then you play something like pawn takes F5, I take on B2, and you don't have the E5 move anymore, maybe F6, but, I mean, I don't know. Doesn't look good for White to me.
This is also fun to watch because, while I don't see anything for White, Nepo's really good at creating drama over the chessboard. Just finding some way to put pressure on a person.
This knight d5 thing he played, that to me feels like he just wanted to maybe grab the bishop pair and kind of play it safe.
No, but that knight is so good. We would never take the bishop. In what universe would you take on e7? No way, right? No way.
You get two bishops.
So what? You spent all that time and energy with your knight, and then you're also going to give me a tempo with queen takes e7. Yeah. You're not going to get the two bishops, by the way. But on b3 is gone. It's gone.
Well, he's now thinking after knight a5, so maybe he didn't think of this all the way through. I don't know. I mean, bishop. Okay, bishop, it goes on a diagonal, and then it can be very annoying.
Yeah. I'm having a hard time. I'm legitimately pressed about what White should do. I don't know. Because castles seems to just face the Tausch machina of knight b3 and bishop b7. Ben, you might not know we've developed a whole terminology here, dude. We got the Hindu sack. We got the Tausch machina. Anyways, Tausch machina just means exchanging machine in German. So liquidation. So he's got that on castles. On queen g3, I don't get it. He's going to lose another tempo after the bishop b6 move. And I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do.
Nothing super, super special jumping out at you.
Yeah. But like I said, he's great at just creating it, even if it's not an advantage, just some kind of pressure where I have to think about something.
Shout out to Tyron in chat. He's asking about this coffee cup. Um, I don't know if this guy is still in the chess world, but about 4 years ago on the podcast, there was a guy who commissioned an artist to make a bunch of world champion
Oh,
coffee
cool.
cups, and then had 1,000 of them made, and then realized I have no idea how to sell these. I don't know anyone in the chess world. I have no plan for this. So he did a few ads on my podcast, and some people bought them. And I don't know what happened to the rest of them, or if he's still following chess, but can't even remember his name. But shout out to the guy who made these. And yeah, this one's got Anand, Kramnik, Kasparov, and Magnus. This is the best one.
People want to know about your audiobook, dude. When's that coming?
Oh my God. It's a very good question. I don't know. So yeah, it's been frustrating. I followed up with New in Chess and haven't heard back, and I don't know what's happening with Amazon either.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I have to go directly to Amazon / Audible.
Well, dude, this tournament, like we have so much work to do at the dojo, and we just put it on hold. So I will figure it out some other time, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
we
annoying
guys-
though, because I recorded it in like October.
That's pretty annoying.
Yeah.
But you would want to read it yourself?
I read it. It's like turned it in.
Oh. Oh, that's a bummer. So it's like some bureaucratic holdup.
Yeah.
What was it like to read your own book?
It was a
Like
trip.
that.
I mean, because I do a lot of umming and ahhing on the podcast as it is, but you just kind of let it go. But for the audio book, it's like every time you restart the sentence. So I gained, being an audiobook editor is not a job I would want, I discovered, at least not for me.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're reading the book, you would still say and ah with the
No,
with
it
the
was
word
more
right-
like you would try to, of course, you wouldn't, but it was more like you would try to rush through it and you would just say the words wrong. Especially like once you're a few hours in on a given day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
it's tough
like
because I
mess
like
up word orders and stuff like that.
I for like the recaps I do for St. Louis, I'll usually write out a script for the results part, and then as I'm reading it, I just like can tell with my mouth that like this feels wrong. It's like,
Right.
yeah, it's too many of some word in here, and yeah, you gotta like adjust on the fly.
You guys, I'm going down to .2, and
Wow.
the reason for that is just like if I was going to go higher, it would simply be based on a psychological thing, like i.e. Jesse has the experience of Nepo finding stuff, but just for me looking at the position, I don't see it for white. So that's why I went down. That's just my objective eval, even though it would not surprise me if Nepo finds some idea to at least give some kind of pressure to Gukesh.
So this was really just all because of knight d5. The advantage just dissipated.
Well, right. I mean, also, that knight is such a beautiful piece, but now we're setting it up to get wiped off the board. And even Andy Soltis, dude, he was like, you got to time the Marco Hop very carefully.
There's Queen G3. There's Queen G3.
Oh wow.
He sensed that, Castle's Bishop B7 trading wasn't really giving him any juice, and he's played the most aggressive move.
Yeah, that's the most aggressive move, man. So, David, let's review our variations to see if we had screwed it up in any way. So we have knight B3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll go back to my line.
Excuse me, Bishop D6 first, right? Bishop D6, Queen. Maybe there's another move besides Queen G4. I don't know. But then Knight B3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We mostly calculated some lines with bishop h6, and even those not 100% thoroughly, but we didn't really look at just pawn takes b3 here much.
Yeah, let's try that.
So let's give that a shot, because I feel like the most useful move for black is bishop e5, and then maybe white can play f4 when the bishop doesn't have b2 yet. I don't know.
But let me stress, the deferred Schliemann here is already talking to me with f5, dude.
Mm-hmm. You're already...
I'm already thinking of the deferred Schliemann.
Yeah.
We could have played f4 after bishop d6 too, right?
That's pretty
maybe so, yeah.
loosey-goosey, but you could think about it. Because, but then with f4, you blocked your bishop on c1.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we can definitely look at f4 next. Let's go a little further into this knight takes b3, a takes b3 first, yeah? Why do we consider queen c7 a big threat? Are we missing something already from the very first move here? Is this move not truly threatening to take on c7? How would black
Pawn
defend?
is a lot. Pawn is a lot, I think.
Bishop b7 is simply calculation. No? Okay, bishop b7.
You could probably, I don't doubt that you can play bishop b7. I think it's probably playable.
How does that work? Is that a pawn sack? Let's take on c7 with the queen.
Yeah, queen. Let's see what this simple calculation is. Oh, Gukev's already moved, by the way, in response to...
Gukev missed it. He missed the simple calculation.
He played bishop d6 rather quickly. So
Oh wow.
Yeah.
This is getting interesting.
good for him.
And right, we're basically almost equal in time now too. Right, so we had seen this, and queen g4, what else are we going to do?
Nothing else that really makes any sense. I mean, the bishop's fine on d6. It's not like white's misplaced black's bishop, right? If white swiveled the queen to h3 or d3 or something, I mean, bishop's fine on d6. Not a problem. So we could keep going with queen g4. We could look at this f4 move as well. Bishop f4, a very Tausch-Machina move suggested by Joe Ryan, but I mean, it applies, a little bit of pressure and develops. It's kind of what a move's supposed to look like, actually, a normal move.
I thought bishop f4 wasn't that crazy.
Yeah.
But I didn't think white would have anything special.
No, nothing. And bear in mind, when I do my Tausch-Machina, I'm going to be the one at the end of that. I'm going to be up the tempo.
Okay.
Suddenly, even though the knight on a5 started on g8 and did a whole little dance, white is the one now, getting behind in time because he lost time with knight c3, d5, and also with this queen e3, g3 thing.
Yeah. I mean, the most aggressive thing is queen g4.
All right.
That's kind of what it feels like. Like, if he chose to play queen g3, it feels like it's to go queen g4, but we could be misapprehending that. One thing we can just confirm from chat, somebody was saying, what about e5? And some people were answering bishop takes e5 because of rook e8 if the queen takes it. And that is, we can sensei confirm that.
We can sensei confirm that.
That would win a pawn for black. So
that'd be the end of the business.
So
by the way, on queen g4, I felt fully fine with our line with knight b3 and just continuing normal. Yeah. But f5 is definitely a consideration because then we're arguing that I'm developing the rook and that the knight on d5. Well, first I'm going to take on b3, by the way. Okay. But I'm going to take on b3.
Wow, he just wants to allow a spectacular double check just for the thrill of it.
But I'll take there, and then I have the two bishops, and I'm going to have a lot of extra time. And I don't think I don't know. That's a scary position for white.
Right. I mean, do you even just play a simple bishop b7? Nothing fancy.
That's my first thought. Yeah.
Put it on the square. See what white's got.
I gotta make it's a calculation game here. Maybe f6 is playable. I don't know.
Bishop f4.
Bishop f4. Tausch-Machina, dude.
Now I'm lowering the eval.
That
Yeah, I might
is
go down to 0 now.
That's dropping the spiciness. Let me do a quick calculation before I adjust my. Oh,
I'm
and
going to
Gukesh is
zeros.
blazing here. Like, do you see how slowly he played? And now he just found his. He's figured out his plan and he's following it with confidence.
Well, he's understood Nepo's not trying to kill him, so he's like, "Oh, okay. I guess we're just making a draw."
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, black. Wait, I might even go to negative here.
What? Off of what?
Well, okay, let's imagine Queen F4,
Yep. Don't have to imagine
Knight
it.
B3, AB,
Uh huh.
and then I'm up a tempo,
Yeah.
and I have the bishop.
Now you're up a tempo. Why? White's got 2 pieces out and you've got none, but you're castled. Sorry, White's got
So,
3 pieces developed.
so if okay, I take it back. I take it back. However, here I've got some nice moves. Dude, I have a lot of interesting things here. I have C6 D5.
Mm-hmm.
I've got just the basic bishop B7. I've got the basic D6. Black is doing great, man. If you're a bishop lover, then you gotta be wondering about this. Dude, D5 is a pain in the butt. Don't talk like that, Cry.
You just want to go straightforward here. Boom, boom.
I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't even know if I like that because white can castle short. Finally, please don't stop talking to me about castling long.
We're done. We're done talking about castling long. Any early aggression is gone. It's going to be a
Cohesion wants
technical
to
game
do
now.
D5 castles
What do you mean
long.
after D5? I would consider it.
Okay, but I'm just going to argue black has a million different moves here.
Mm-hmm.
And the bishop is potential. I don't know why the bishop is worse than the knight. And like D6 F5, sure, that looks interesting.
All right.
Oh, he
Gukesh
went
did not
D6 without.
take on B3. He just played D6.
No
Also,
rush. No
fairly
rush.
quickly. I mean, he's like quickly digging his way out of the specter of time trouble.
Yeah, no rush.
Right? He's sort of like on pace with where you want to be.
And now maybe Nepo's going to finally figure out is be like, oh, let's castle short.
I hated that C6 D5 idea, Jesse, by the way, putting pawns on light squares. I mean, I think putting the pawns on the dark squares here, giving the bishops some options is a very clean way to play.
Yeah. And what I wanted to stress too is like here, when we don't take the bishop, it's like we take it at our leisure, right? We'll take that at our leisure. And maybe someday we can even throw knight C4 in.
Yeah.
So black is just doing fine.
Agreed. I've finally taken the time to go update my eval. And that bar is not looking very hot right now, guys.
So Glenn is saying in chat that Tregobov, who is Kostyanuk's husband, he clarified what the problem was with the shoes style of waking. Obviously, I'm trying to steer this towards drama as this position gets boring. So wait, style of waking?
Walking.
Walking?
Must be walking.
He was like stomping, apparently, possibly,
Yeah.
Or maybe it's his style of waking up the players who are falling asleep.
which is us.
Yeah. Wow, Abdul also says black is better because they have a bishop. Sick. I love it. Maybe the plan is F5, guys.
Black has so many different plans. The other thing is by not taking, he's keeping a C5 in his pocket too.
Oh, so we can do thready stuff.
Oh, Julian was there. Wow, we have actual reporting. It was loud, but not enough for drama. But Julian, I don't know if you were here earlier, but we were saying if a player complains, then it's hard to just ignore the player.
Guys, breaking news. I'm updating my eval to 0.0.
0.0.
Wow.
There you go.
Fair.
And I'm curious what you guys think about, because we're gonna get this endgame in Fabi's position. And to me, honestly, I have a very real question because the endgame doesn't look like anything special for white. I'm just curious, like what.
David, let's go there real
Done
quick and
instead.
see what's going on.
I've gone.
Okay. So Queen G5.
Because Fabi played this knight b3, and I don't think he missed queen g5.
Mm-hmm.
Knight B3. Queen G5. Well,
Well, I'll
then
tell
why
you
did he
one
play
thing,
knight b3 if he didn't miss queen g5?
because he's looking to do the Marco Hop later, dude, but he's going to time it correctly.
So he's gonna play what, h4 here, right, to take some space?
So that was my question. What
Huh.
was the other, what would be the other moves? Like H4?
You could also take it and claim
You
that
could,
the rook
yeah,
is a little funky on h6.
yeah. If you take it, you
Um,
better stop g5 with your next move though as well.
but maybe there was like tactics with like knight E4?
I think white's a
Yeah.
little bit better. Yeah.
Tim suggests running through the moves that got us here.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So I'll just take us to move 5 with the Najdorf Sicilian. Not everybody's going to be familiar with the Najdorf Sicilian, but a lot of people will. It's just kind of a very famous opening where white gets a development lead and black tries to slowly take over the center with these two pawns that aren't yet advanced. And Favi played a move that called the freak attack, looking to charge the G pawn up the board with the mysterious,
Wait,
dumb-looking
boss,
rook
did you,
move.
did you make it up? Is it
What?
really called freak attack?
No, I don't make up the names of these things. Normally, I don't even know the names. But well,
Oh my God, it's right there. Oh, this is an example of Chess.com. They got a guy in a basement, dude, that comes up with these names. That's no such thing, the freak attack. It literally says it right there. That's
look,
hilarious.
everybody in chat knows it too, Jesse. It's not chess.com that did this one.
No, isn't it? Chess.com creates these names, dude. They do.
Guys, this opening has a very simple line. It's called the Rook G1 line. That's how people refer to it.
You can call it that too if you want.
Rook G1 Najdorf.
I'm gonna guess it wasn't Soltis who named it the freak attack.
Right. Anyway, this is a very important
The Fabi
decision from
freak.
black h5, preventing g4. And after that, the players are kind of developing their pieces. White puts the bishops on the most aggressive squares for these Sicilians. Knight c6. So in this position here, Firouzja could already have played queen takes g5. He would have just been spending so much time, right? Bishop g7 and queen a5 to g5, all just to get this trade.
Oh, already after castles, he could have done it.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I'm acknowledging.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Because I'm saying, oh, so it wasn't even knight b3 that was the move
Right.
where he allows it. It's
It was
castles.
knight b3 that was like, okay, well, if you're going to give me the time to do it, I'll do it. Are Sicilian endgames known to be good for black? To me, the average Sicilian endgame is good for black. What about the rest of y'all?
Well, this one has some particular nuances, right? Like one is this h4 gonna displace the knight on f6. And in particular, dragon endgames have a particular problem. You guys are gonna laugh at me, but it's the Marco Hop problem, because when knight d5 happens, if you take it, I get a nice spatial edge. And if you don't take it and play later e6, you give me a d6 weakness, right?
Yeah.
So but it is true that normally a Sicilian endgame is going to be better for black, but that's because the black pawns usually dominate the white minors. But like I'm saying, with the dragon structure, it's a little different because it's hard to play e6 here.
Does feel like h4 is the critical move for white.
I'll
Forcing black
go ahead and
to-
say I think queen h6 is also an advantage, though, because
Okay.
the rook is funky.
I was even thinking about like queen d2.
Maybe queen
Anyway,
I'm unenthused by knight b3, but if we go back to that position and look at it, black was threatening knight takes d4. Right? So Fabi may have felt like anything he did was about to lose time here.
yeah.
Except, okay, there's one move that doesn't lose time. It's f4, right? Or some move that defends that bishop, h4 or f4. That would answer knight takes d4 and queen g5.
Yeah, so I was wondering if those moves can be met with knight e4 for black.
Whoa.
Whoa. Yeah, there you go, Babus.
And then it's controversial. Like we play f4, knight takes, knight takes. Oh, you've got queen d2, and it's not that controversial.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
Well, I don't know. I mean, knight e4, knight c6. I didn't really like fully figure this out, but
Okay, knight c6, knight d2, knight a5, defending the bishop, huh?
yeah.
Look at that. White's up a piece. Let me go back. Let's try and calculate it. Knight c6. Bishop takes c3.
Right. So bishop c3 would be the other one.
Dang.
Exactly.
Take it easy, Babus. That's a mean move.
Knight a5. Gotta take the queen here. And white's still better. I'm guessing. Obviously just guessing, but to me.
No, it looks better for white. Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah. I guess it's the development, right? Black has no piece on a good square yet. The bishops are hitting pawns.
Yeah, there's also queen c3 instead of bishop c3.
Ay, caramba. Now we go bishop f7 and we try and...
Another problem, you guys, on f4 would be just queen c5 or queen b4. Trying to ask your coconut some questions.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at many coconuts. Oh, but I had a plan there, Jesse.
Okay.
My plan there was to take on c6.
All right, BC.
BC. Then play e5 and hope.
There you go, buddy.
That was my plan. That was why I was playing f4 rather than h4.
Okay, I don't believe it, but maybe. Maybe
h4
I
has
don't
been
know.
played by Fabi, by the way.
H4,
Yeah.
the most. Kostya called that one.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So did we all.
I wasn't 100%. It did,
Right, you said queen h6 would also be better.
yeah, and that would be, I think, if you saw some kind of problem with H4, you could play queen H6.
Now, does black have an option here after h4? Queen's not going anywhere, but you gotta get a move on. Like maybe b5 or something.
I love what Gukesh played, man. He just played this. He's like, I know I want to play D6. We're going to see what white does. White castled, and now he's got a bunch of different plans. They all look delicious. You know, bishop E6, bishop B7, takes immediately on B3, play F5. Buddy, we're rich. We're rich.
Yeah. Let me give one variation just as a warning. Oh, no, it doesn't even work here. Never mind. No warning. No variation to be given. Yeah. I mean, basically what I like is the idea of playing f5 to try and undermine the knight so that it loses its light square in the center and open up more diagonals for the bishop. And, yeah, just try to claim the bishop's a better piece. So, to my mind, f5 is by far the plan I want to play. I have to consider if white can play e5, and of course,
Exactly, right.
I probably have to take on b3 before playing it.
Yeah. So that was what I saw too. Knight B3, AB, F5, and E5 is a problem for me.
Okay, you too, yeah. Unless you have something like g5, right? Some real...
Don't do it. buddy.
Souse.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
What?
I said, don't do it.
Gukesh is a saucy
He's
guy.
He's a saucy guy. Oh man. Yeah. One thing that's actually really interesting, I've been reflecting on, where, you know, we talked a little bit yesterday, but Naka made this recap of his game with Fabi, and he was saying that for Fabi, Fabi thinks of the bishops and knights as equal, which I'd love to actually hear Fabi explain. And of course, the computer doesn't. right? Computer does not think the bishop and knight are equal, not at all. So when you're doing prep, when you do prep with the computer, you're automatically prejudiced towards the bishop. And my coach KGB, also bishop and knight are equal, defender of the knight. And what's interesting is like, if you believe in the knight, first of all, you have a whole range of positions that are available to you that people prepping against you won't have. They're just like, they're obsessed with the bishops. And I can't tell you how many times I'm playing some lower rated and they go bishop hunting. They spend like 3 tempi just to get the dumb bishop, you know? But it's so interesting because the prejudice toward the bishop it began with Fischer, of course, and then in the computer revolutions that have happened since then, it's just gotten more and more intense. So to think that there is a top level player like Fabi out there who's just like, no, I'm old school. Like the old timers, I believe that the bishop and knight flourish in different environments, but fundamentally they are the same.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
But he didn't say that, right? Was that Naka or
No,
Magnus?
that's somebody putting it into his mouth. Yeah. It's
so
Naka
maybe,
saying
like,
that about him. So
Yeah.
pinch.
I doubt
But
he would
when I
say
thought
that.
about it, I was like, oh, I can think of a lot of games where Fabi did play with the knight, and it was controversial when we first saw it. And and then it's like, oh, his best games are littered with knight crushing the bishop.
Yeah. Jesse or Ben, could one of you give me your feedback on this variation I calculated, which is if we play f5 and Jan plays e5. Oh, we must have just had a move played. Bishop e6. Shoot. Okay, but if I could still bother you with my variation, just because I put it up there for a few minutes, people were staring at it. If white goes e5, I simply take it, queen takes, and go rook e8, trying to win your knight.
Maybe.
I didn't see anything for white other than queen d4, c6, losing the knight. So was there any more to it?
I'm not seeing anything.
No.
Okay.
And one nice thing about bishop e6, though, Mr. Proust, is like we're just holding that in reserve. It'll be more potent.
Mm-hmm. Well, except white's going to put rooks on, d1 and e1 maybe and have things covered. But
seems like he just moved here. Oh, so bishop e6 was
bishop will still have it available.
H4? Does that read it? No, excuse me. Wrong board, boss. I was like, no, he didn't. I was like, no, he didn't do it. Tell me he didn't do it.
Rook fd1.
Rook fd1.
Rook fd1. Okay. So this works against f5. And I'm sure, actually, so let's just say, I'm sure Gukesh has an idea against this move.
Yeah. Why rook f?
Because he wants to claim that the rook on a1 will be developed when black plays knight takes b3.
Yeah, the knight's not doing anything else. Yeah.
The knight might go to c4. Maybe someday.
Okay, I am the guy saying in my variation, could white play knight f6 check and then queen d5 to win this rook here? So black has to take with the g pawn, because if they take with the queen, they would hang the rook on e8. But now queen d5 is covered by the queen here. So, yeah.
No lo puedo.
No lo puedo. We've got a funny practical chess theory from chat. Whenever you have to make a rook move and both rooks are available for said move, you should evaluate which rook to move, and once you've made up your mind, move the other one. Because it's always the wrong rook.
Now, one problem with this rook fd1 is that this encourages us to play for rook e8. And that doesn't have to be right away, but at some point in the near future, we just put our rook on e8 and we'll be like, oh, yeah.
It was right away, Jesse.
There we go. Oh, I called it. I'm a GM today. Welcome to the dojo.
You have the pleasure of being a GM every day.
Yeah, most people who say that aren't actually GMs.
Well, let me tell you, son, with my recent results, man, I got some real imposter syndrome going on.
He's really making Jan wait on knight takes b3. He's like, will I?
Oh yeah,
Will I?
no rush.
Will I?
We
Will
want
I?"
him to beg for it with a move like C3 or A3.
Get so frustrated that you asked me to take your bishop.
Yeah. Yeah, rook E8, simple and strong. You put the rook over there, I'm gonna say E file. And Abdul was spicy enough, he was like, I'm already calling. I think I like black, and I'm slowly getting there. Still, I feel like it's zeros objectively, but I'm getting there. Where I would just say this: I would rather be black here in this position.
Yeah.
Also, because not just the bishop, but I feel like I have more potential plans. Like I can always play knight b3, bishop d5, and I know I'm fine there. I can play queen d7, queen c6. I don't know what white's doing. I'm doing great. All right, I'm changing the eval. Let's see. I'm going to take it to negative 0.1. Just a little bit, nothing too spicy, just negative 0.1.
That's wild, Jesse. I mean, black still has to find room for their queen d8 and rook a8. It's not so bad for white. White's got room for their pieces. Rook d3, rook 81, h4. White's pieces can breathe.
I'm just saying I'd rather be black. That's where that it's negative 0.1 ain't much. Just saying I'd rather be black.
The big question is, what are the odds this game is not a draw? I feel like it's like 75% draw at this point. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
Something like that's going on.
that seems fair.
I'm gonna call 3 draws, Naka wins today.
Not going.
3 draws,
I
not
think.
wins.
By the way, big game for Prague, dude. If Prague wants a shot at the title, he better start winning now.
Yeah.
As well as our boy Fabi. Jeez, Fabi.
Everybody needs
Buddy.
to win. Everybody's in the same boat here. They need to
Well,
win.
yes and no. In fact,
Let's go,
Jan and
guys.
Gukesh don't need to win.
Yeah, they don't need to today.
The Sensei eval matches the stockfish, Milenko says.
Matches the stock. Ben, you're still at 0.15?
I kind of am, yeah. I
Okay.
I agree with what David was recently saying. White does have a bit of space, so I don't know. I'm kind
Tommy
of going.
Twitch doesn't like H3.
I'm going more based on like what I think the engine would say than necessarily which side I would rather be.
So let me give you what I think is the narrative, and it's cool that Dude will give us his take after the game. But I think he didn't appreciate when he played knight d5, both first b5 and knight a5, and then when he played queen g3, he didn't appreciate the bishop d6, and there's just zero problems for white. And he might have even saw like bishop d6, queen g4, and got freaked out with f5 or moves like that. Because it is
But
frisky.
when he played queen g3, what was he thinking of in that case, right? I just have to ask.
I'm guessing the queen g4 move,
Like,
or
what do
he
you
would
think black was going to do? It had to be bishop d6, right?
Okay, but let me finish the story of the narrative, because
Yeah.
I think what he does is in this tournament is like if it goes south, he just and he loses his advantage. He's just like, okay, now we're gonna go turtle shell Tauschmaschine, and that's the way bishop f4 feels to me. That's the way h3 feels, right? He's just like Baus. I'm just gonna clamshell it now. I'm just gonna clamshell it.
Ben, did we ever get your take on the whole eval bar thing? Where do you sit on
Oh
that?
yeah, dude.
fence?
Yeah, I haven't caught up on your pod yet, but I'm pro eval bar for the masses. Put it like that.
So we're elitists then. In that case.
Basically, I was trying to put it gently. I think it's huge for the masses.
Do you think our experiment is a replacement for that?
No, I think it's it's a big pond that we can all swim in. So I think it's a welcome addition.
No, I mean our little sensei eval.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, no, I think it's fun. Yeah.
Okay. But you don't think it's a replacement for the computer eval?
No. But I mean, I will say I've been mostly watching the chess.com broadcast when I watch. And they're more reactive to the eval bar than I have noticed in past broadcasts, I'll say. Like
Mm-hmm.
when they're evaluating lines, they immediately notice when an eval bar shifts, and that like impacts what they evaluate. And
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed real-time reactions to changes in the eval bar before, like on a move played on the board, but I haven't noticed it as much with like analysis of perspective lines before.
Right.
And for me, that does kind of degrade the flavor a little bit of like them trying to give you a human perspective.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I'm pro eval bar as well for the big broadcast, but the other thing I'm concerned about is like, are they using the chess.com browser engine like when they're doing the analysis? Because that engine honestly is weak. Like I use it for my recap videos, and there are
Mm-hmm.
many cases where like I just can't trust it. Like yesterday, actually, I was checking the game between Faruja and Nepo, and it couldn't actually tell me if it was a fortress or not. Like it would just like it would keep changing its mind and then not suggest like good moves. And so it was like very unclear like where Perugia like actually missed his winning chance. So if they're like going through analysis and then yeah, the bar shoots up, I would actually take someone like I don't know, Vishy or Naka, like I would take their analysis over that bar because it's like low depth and it misses a lot of stuff. Um, and yeah, and tends to just jump like as soon as you make any move.
A conspiracy theory that I have is, first of all, that chess.com has two agendas. One agenda is to push rapid over classical, and the obvious way you can see that is they don't have a classical rating. They just have this rapid rating that starts at like 10 minutes, which is just kills that doesn't kill our training program, but it hurts it because then people are getting these rated games at like 10 minutes. But then the other one is the eval bar, where I can't even turn it off. When I go to that page that David's got with the 4 games, I want to look at that game. I want to be able to look at that without the eval bar, but I cannot. It's not possible. There is no way to turn it off. And so it's like they're making this very pervasive push in both the rapid and the eval bar uh, to affect our lives, dude. That's my conspiracy theory of the day.
I mean, the other thing they've done is they've and linked to it, Jesse, is they've leaned into all kinds of things that can be automated, right? So instead of analyzing your games or talking to other people about your games, it's this like automated game review where because of how many million they're doing, it's got to be one of these really weak bots with like, a second per move kind of thing, right?
Right.
Super low depth. And then it tells people, this is your accuracy, this is how many mistakes you made, here they are, like try them again. So they're trying to, and they really like push that. People think that they're going to improve from that. People go premium to get access to more game reviews. And the thing is just completely useless.
Right.
I've clicked on game reviews of my games sometimes, and it says, here you missed a chance to move a pawn or something like that. And it's like, what the heck kind of like advice is that for me to like play chess, And then very often it's wrong because the depth was so low that when I go into analysis mode and play out the moves, it just changes its mind immediately. So, but because of how many million people they're trying to serve and how many more they're trying to bring in, of course they have to look into those kinds of areas where you can do some kind of automation and create some kind of amazing tool that can help lots of people at once. But then even if that tool doesn't work, they're kind of still just going to be like, well, this is what we got, so let's say it's great,
Yeah, I think that what you're saying, and he played H6 here, what you're saying about the game review, you see that on Twitter all the time. You're like, somebody's like, oh, I got 90% accuracy. I'm amazing.
Yeah.
Or I didn't get it. Oh, I'm so dumb.
Yeah.
No, I like the new ratings. You now get a rating assignment based on one game. So if you win a game against, I don't know, 1250, you're like, hey, you play like a 1750. And if I win a game, hey, I play like 2800, So
Yeah.
it's fun.
Yeah.
By the way, Jesse, the chat was making a good point. You're not streaming, so you're allowed to go on Lee Chess and look at the live positions there.
Hmm.
And people
True.
are saying
Okay.
it's easier to avoid the eval.
I actually, yeah, I had somebody write me on Discord about that. Yeah.
Yeah, Leonard Bourdain, do you guys read his column?
No.
Occasionally.
So he's literally like 90, and
Right.
he's a chess columnist for The Guardian. He's been doing it for like 50 years, was a strong player in his heyday. But I'm amazed with how he keeps up with technology and like modern chess. He's like writing about Twitter discourse, you know. Um, but anyway, in his most recent column, he was talking. He always does sort of like a big picture view of the chess world, and he talked about the broadcast. And he said, you know, my favorite broadcast is the chess.com one, but it's important that you watch the games on Lee Chess while you do
Hmm.
that because it's easier to toggle between the games and not have analysis. So I was just
Hmm.
amazed that this 90-year-old can still like
Yeah.
navigate this stuff.
I read a good book of his when I was a kid, and it was an old book at the time. So
Right.
he must have written that book, 70 years ago or
That's
something
right, man. Yeah.
when he was young.
He's written a lot of books. So maybe we take a look at what Fallujah just did. He
Mm-hmm.
decides to massacre his pawn structure to avoid the Marco hop. And maybe not dumb.
All right, let me catch up. Last we saw here was h4, right? Bishop
Yep.
e6. Oh, that's the deal. Bishop e6. We caught up.
Yeah.
Solves development, solves the Marco hop. Reasonable, very reasonable.
And one book actually of Leonard Barton that I grew up with was the Games of Fischer. And it was like this book, and it was magical, and it was like all of them. It
Mm-hmm.
Oh
was
wow.
all of them. And that was a fantastic book that I had. I just beat that book to death, man. Went over every game.
I feel like maybe Bishop d5 for Fabi.
Yeah, this is a big decision. So I don't think, first of all, that White's going to have anything if we take. I think, if you take, you deny White all the minor pieces, right? The dream of the Sicilian. No squares for you, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
One interesting option this gives us, though, is if we were going to take, well, let me just put it this way. Taking or not taking, we can still consider Queen H6. And David said something last time when we were talking about Queen H6. It's like, well, if you take on H6, buddy, then you should really have H4, F4 as your next move to stop G5.
Mm-hmm.
So here we could transfer back to that plan if we wanted to,
Mm-hmm.
whether we decide to take on E6 or not, and just claim that the rook is poor.
Mm-hmm.
And David's Bishop D5, it's interesting,
I mean, we gotta play some kind of a move here. Just Bishop E2 is kind of the alternative. Because if we just run into more trades, I mean, I don't know. It looks really easy to play for black.
You could make an argument, for example, that Queen H6, Rook H6, Bishop E6, FE, and then some lame-o move like F3. You could say, yeah, White's a little better. They got structural grief, and we're pretty solid. That's a little bit better for White.
How about knight d2 here?
Knight D2 is a thought. Good. I hadn't even thought about that. That will force the bishop.
Hoping
to
for
G5.
bishop c4.
There you go. Yeah, so yeah, Fabi's got a big choice. That structural deformation isn't nothing to sneeze at either, I don't think.
You almost said it was nothing to Smyslov.
Sneeze at, nothing to Smyslov.
So you'd have to take, move the knight, e.g. to g4. Yeah.
That's kind of annoying, right? And then like if rook f1, we can knight e5 you.
Mm-hmm.
Or you just leave it there, honestly, because you can't ever push the pawn.
Right. It's pretty decent on
This,
d4, actually.
yeah, pretty decent, right? That one seems good.
Yeah. So,
All right. I think Fabi's going to go for the deformation.
yeah. There's been a mention in chat of when you go for the deformation that you could bring the knight to f4 to poke these squares. But I think black can play e5 because they've got two e-pawns. And at least prevent the quick knight f4 with pressure. So
I want it to be really lame-o, David, and just take on h6 and play f3 and tell your knights they're never doing anything.
I agree. Jesse wants to
Oh.
take f3. And, we could give this plus 0.2 or something.
I would give it 0.5.
All right. That's extreme, but sure.
That's extreme, Cry. What are you doing? Well, the knight on f6 is terrible. And unclear how black's going to fix their stuff. My knights aren't great either. But, I just got a long-term structural pull. And black has to fix some of their pieces.
What's the point of e5, Gabriel? I did try to answer you in chat that black could take with the knight, and their structure is still pretty good.
I think he means without queen h6.
No, queen h6.
Because there's a tactical idea there, f4. And then the horses are going to hang.
f4 here? Or with the bishop trade, probably, right? Can't leave the
Bishop trade
hanging.
and then e5.
e5, knight e5, and you're saying f4?
I think that's the point.
If black takes the queen, then the knights are all attacked? Holy cannoli.
We got a couple moves in the Nepo game. It's getting a little more.
Yeah, Nepo game is heating up.
Okay. Well, that's a very interesting idea. I mean, I guess he'll have to stew on that.
He went for c5, man. Holy catolis.
All right, we're going to turn back on the eval bar when we go back to our main game. Boop. And, all right, let's catch up. Rook d3. Yeah. Wait, that makes c5 even better.
Well, we got to evaluate this rook g3.
Rook
momentito.
g3.
Well, give us a second, okay? Let us look at it.
Holy goodness.
Come on, David, give us a second, buddy.
The spiciness
What are
just
we,
went from
engines
like...
here? Just immediate. Okay, you know what? I'll just shoot it up. Yeah, post flood without thinking.
yeah, it looks winning.
Is that what the people want? So I imagine Nepo's expecting king h8, and then he has time for c3. That was as far as I got.
Okay. Is
But-
C4
okay.
is C4 bad, Kostya? Did you confirm C4 bad?
c4 I didn't even consider yet.
Yeah. c4 bad.
Looks like black can eat.
Yeah, that's some comida right there.
Knight c4.
By the way, I think king f8 should also be thought about because it's very likely that I'm going to take on b3 and take on d5, and then I don't want my f7 coconut to be a problem. Also, later, my king might want to, if the queens come off or something, might want to go to e7.
Oh, wait, David, you meant c4 for black right now.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
buddy,
yeah,
he's
yeah.
going to play
I didn't
comida.
get farther than. Oh, I thought you meant like king h8, c4 for white. Yeah. No, c4 for black. I didn't get farther than queen h6,
No, queen
g6.
h6.
Unclear.
I mean,
Well, you're cruising for a bruising if you play c4 here. Also, white always has a draw in hand if you play it that way.
they
Yeah,
may have a
that's
draw
a
in hand,
clear
but they may have
perfection.
nothing else. Otherwise, I win.
But you remember Gukesh when he played king f8 against Vidit? I think we're going to see another. We need a name for king f8, the Gukesh f8 or something like
oh,
that.
man.
I think king f8's the right move. If there's nothing tactically wrong with king f8, I definitely want king f8.
Wow.
And let me express why I think black. I mean, let's just put it this way: king f8. If white can't prove anything, I am soon going to play, well, let's just say king f8. Let's say just for a moment, for argument's sake, that white doesn't have anything better than c3. Right? Just give me a second. I don't see anything, but who knows? His name is Nepo, right? But king f8, c3, then I take on b3, then I take on d5, and then I got a lot of tasty moves like rook e5, and I got the d5 coconut, I got the e file. Why am I not better?
If you ever get the e file, you're better, and it looks very likely here.
Well, I got the e file. It is there. It is there.
White's got a, yeah, is C3 semi-forced, I guess? They don't have anything else?
Well, that would be the question. So I think that's what Dude is now wondering about. And by the way, when he played king f8 against Vidit, we were all like, "Oh, that's a ballsy move." Because if you remember, it was like a knight h4 thing, and he could have been the basic g6. And me and Eugene, the chump GMs, were like, "That's the safe move. That's the safe move." And he was like, "No, king f8." And king f8's the ballsy move here for sure.
Okay, so our eval is for the first time negative. With
Yeah,
everyone
I'm the
going
laggard. I
equal,
finally got down to 0 so that you guys could be negative. But
except Jesse, who's at minus 0.1.
I don't have any.
In this one,
I'm
I'm about to lower it even, but
Yeah.
I want to look to see if I can find some resource for white after king f8.
Man, Nepo did not just say, okay, it's technical now. I mean, rook d3 to g3, and he went for it quite quickly.
Yeah.
Impulsivity, the bane of his career.
But after all this, like he goes knight d5, castle's kingside, h3. But someone's flipped a switch, and now he's like going rook d1, rook d3.
Yeah, it didn't look, yeah.
Well, h6 waved the flag at the bull right there.
Mm-hmm.
The second time in this game. First the opening and then h6. Toro, Toro. I'm not seeing it after king f8. I mean, c4 is an old-fashioned threat, my friends.
All right, I'm putting my eval. Going into negative territory. I don't believe it. I mean, Nepo played it fast. It's hard to go against him without a lot more calculation.
And
All right, you guys, yeah,
is
I might-
C4 anything after king f8 for white? Like with the idea that if they take with the pawn, we can go back to a4 and the rook doesn't have a lot of squares.
Maybe black would take with the knight if you go
Takes
c4.
the knight, yeah. I'm going to negative 0.5 here.
See what I mean? Like c4, knight takes c4, and the knight sort of headed to e5, and
Yeah, you got to take if they play knight takes c4.
yeah, and then yeah, I mean, there's not really a reason white's down a pawn there. I mean, you could try to get it back because it's doubled, but black's going to try and do something on the b or the e file while you're taking back your pawn. So
We had a thing in chat from Sam the Base where if king f8, a4, intending knight b3, rook b3, and maybe, but when I play c4, your bishop is going to crawl into a hole that I don't know if it's ever coming out of.
So, Jesse, you're saying we don't make the trade.
We don't have to. I think we're fine there, by the way, but
Push the bishop in.
By the way, the default is always going to be, take b3, take d5, and take the e file.
Right. Well,
So
I think
this-
here, a pretty good option is to take and then push b4 and c4 if we can. But I guess bishop takes c4 gets out for white.
I mean, we have so many good moves there, just like rook e5, Or before bishop d5, we could play knight c6 going to e5. We got loads of moves. Now, we don't want to. He ain't going to play a4. That would entomb the bishop.
Okay.
I think what he understands, though, if c3 is his best move, which I guess that's what it is, then black is better.
Today, every time I play a variation, it messes up my screen capture of the last move. I'm sorry, folks. It didn't seem to be doing that yesterday. That was accurately telling us, the move, so you would know how much time they have till time control. And today, it's funky.
David, could we do the variation with C3, knight B3, AB, bishop D5, and just kind of stare at it? Like rook E5 was just the first take of mine. I just want to stare at it and just feel like if there's other options. Okay, King H8 was played.
King H8.
Now, okay, the drawback of this move is that let's say C3, knight B3, AB. If I take on D5, I will have to defend F7. Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe that's not that big of a deal, by the way. I can always play, let's say C3. If I don't have to take on D5, but if I want to, I could play like C3, knight B3, bishop D5, ED5, queen D7 for starters. I was really hoping though for the Vidit King F8.
Yeah. You wanted him to have a trademark move.
Yeah.
Also, my dear friends, it is conceivable that Vidit is dreaming about C3, knight B3, AB3, F5. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there as an idea.
Okay, that would be a move where you would not want your king on F8, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm not 100% on that F5 move, though. I'm just tossing it out as an idea.
Yeah, it looks like risky business.
Risky business. I don't know. I don't like it. I take it back. But I am trying to figure out, though, what is the intention on King H8? And I haven't figured it out yet.
Right. Well, before we get too deep, like what are the basic options for Jan? C3 to not get the bishop trapped. That's obvious. Is there any knight move in the position that does anything?
I don't see it.
Knight E3, C4, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, C3 looks like the only move to me.
There it is, C3. And now we'll get to see what Vidit's intention is here.
He just sighed. So the body language is like, yep, I guess this is the only move.
I love watching it, man.
Kind of weird, this whole kingside excursion.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, black, like Jesse's been showing, black can just take over the E file. Seems like black is at least fine, maybe better.
So just to reiterate, the reason I wanted the King F8 is here we would have knight B3, AB, bishop D5, and I'd have the option of rook E5. It might be similar if I go knight B3, AB, bishop D5, ED5, queen D7, and I have the jump on the E file and the D5 pawn is weak. It is true, Proust made a point ages ago about the A6 pawn, and that is a minor little trump for white.
I mean, it's not minor. It's the most targeted spot on the board at the moment.
I mean, there's no way for him to intensify it or anything. Now, do we have other plans for Vidit, though, besides the
for
boring,
Gukesh?
For Gukesh. For the boring...
Other than trading everything?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think allowing bishop c2 looks good, right?
Okay, I'm with you there.
So leaving that knight on a5 and letting white play bishop c2 feels kind of menacing to our own king. So...
And another obvious thing I want to say is our queen doesn't have any natural squares until we take the knight. And we can't take the knight until we take the bishop. So... that's where my mind is just continually, I'm taking.
I see. Hard to do anything else. Well, I think your f5 move is the other move that looks like a real
it's
candidate.
insane. I think it's insane. Even if like white just sat there and you took on e4, it's not like I have anything special, And I think I'm getting concerned then that that you'll get the Boleslavsky hole on D5, dude. You know, I don't want to see you having no Boleslavsky hole. No way. That's actually that's another reason to take is that now I don't have to worry about the Boleslavsky hole. It's just a weak pawn on D5 instead of a hole for you.
Mm-hmm.
I really admire the Indians, but especially Gukesh. He's so controlled, dude. You know, he's not jittery. He's not jumping up and down. He's had some moments, you know, we all do, but he's in general just really relaxed, just totally focused.
Yeah.
I feel like that has been a weakness of mine and of most players, honestly, that they just get so hyped up when they're playing, you know, that they feel like they got to walk around. They go to the potty all the time, you know. It's rough, dude. Yeah.
No, Gukesh is a pro. You know, this is a 34-year-old man, and he's dedicated. He's not nervous.
Year old man.
A lot of discussion of the police in chat.
I've got a different possible move for black. It may not be much, but it's to trade on B3 and then play rook to A7.
What's your idea if, say, rook D1?
Rook D1?
Yeah. I'm sure white has other moves. I just want to see what you want to do to me.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got a little Boleslavsky hole there, buddy.
Mm-hmm. That's true. No, I don't know. That looks like a good answer. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, if you're a millennial out there, you might not know how amazing a band the Police. Oh man, dude. What a band. What a great band. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think the claim is correct. I'm seeing in like the Chess 24 chat, Alvarez's dad called the police to the playing hall. Jeez Louise.
What?
Jeez, I'm like, what is happening?
Oh no, he's developing chess dad syndrome.
Yeah, the worst moment too.
In Toronto.
I feel like Fabi's winning chances are shooting up right now because Alvarez is gonna feel this like ancestral stress.
The ancestral stress, dude.
You're just gonna feel it like something's happening right now.
We have a
All
trade
right,
on
knight
B3.
B3 was played. AB responded. And we're gonna see. I guess bishop D5. I think he's sitting there. He's like, damn, why didn't I play King F8? Like,
Yeah, it is. King F8 is looking good, Jesse. Because it's not. To me, it's a less intuitive move. You have to see this exact line, but yeah, I mean, who wants to be busy guarding the F pawn after you trade?
Mm-hmm. I still like black after bishop D5, ED5, queen D7. But I liked the rook E5 thing more. I'm assuming actually we might see a line like bishop D5, ED5, queen D7, and then something like rook E3. You know?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could play F6 and then camp out on E5, even after rook E3.
Okay, we got
It
bishop
just seems
D5,
like it's petering
ED5.
out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, I got to go pick up my daughter from Cupcake Club in a minute.
Cupcake Club. I actually have to go run an errand in about 15 minutes too, but I will be back. I'll be back.
Well, thanks, man,
Cupcakes
for
sound
joining
good.
us. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it was fun. Fun games. All right. I feel like I should make predictions, although I've only really been watching this game.
We
I'm
can go to
predicting
the
a draw
full
on this
board
one, I'll tell you
view
that
if you
much.
want for a second. We can go to all the boards for a second here.
Sure, let's do it.
And
I'm actually
see what
gonna
we think.
because I did my eval with the king F8. I'm gonna go down to minus 0.3 now. Just a modest decline there for black. I still like black, but feel like this is less challenging for white.
Okay, here we go. Wow, I need some time to process that Prague FIDE game. What's going on? Oh, I guess it's just in the middle of a trade.
Right. Yeah, Nakagame looking like the sharpest right now.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna be a homer and pick two American wins, Naka and
Nice.
Fabi, and two draws.
Prague's game is violent too, man. That's going to be bishops of opposite color middle game. Holy. And I called queen d7 for Gukesh.
Nice.
And Fabi played the very calm bishop e2, my friend. Just super calm.
Yeah, I was wondering about that because people were suggesting this like bishop e6, e5 thing, and folks, be honest, was that an engine thing?
I don't even understand e5. What are we doing?
Well, there's some tactical points.
I
I just want to know the truth. I'm not mad. I just want to know, was that the engine thing or?
They're not going to tell you.
I just
The
want to
line
know.
happened, Jesse. He took on d5 and queen d7.
Yeah. So now, Nepo's got to just make sure his kimono's totally closed down over here.
E5 was the top engine line. Okay, yeah, folks, maybe don't give us the engine line. All right? We don't. I feel like people they're sneaky. They just want to they like throw it in to get us to look at it. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm going to make a claim, by the way, that I like Prague's position a little bit more.
I mean, you can see how pointless it was to suggest the e5 move because as a weird engine move, he was never going to play it, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't going to come up. And look, he played bishop e2. I was like, if you don't play bishop d5, what are you reduced to? Bishop e2. Oof. Not much.
All right, guys. Catch you
All right,
later.
my man. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Ben.
Bye, everyone.
We'll see you. Folks, you can check out Ben on the Perpetual Chess podcast, Spotify, all the usual places.
By the way, guys, another thing that Jan has to worry about is in addition to the e-file, we can take Bruce's weakness of a6 and turn it into violence and play a5, a4 ourselves. And that could give us a little juice on the queen side.
I just feel like given the tournament situation, neither player is gonna risk here.
Now, Gukesh don't play, dude. Gukesh plays the position bows. And he understands, I think, correctly, like, if you can take this dude out, oh, buddy. Oh,
But
buddy.
he already got burned once. I feel like,
But how did he play the next day? Did he play like he was burned or like he was still just
Oh, he played king f8 the very next
gonna
day.
bring it?
he played, but okay, he was much better in that position. So
Well, he's better here, my friend. He is better here.
But also, Kostya, it was like it's the way he played it was not like someone burned. He had safe ways to try and trade pieces and see if he could grind out the end game. And he played king f8, and then he like doubled on the back rank and sacked his queen for checkmate. Right?
Yeah. And he even said, dude, he was like, yeah, I got the rest day. I'm going to take it easy, come back. And that's what happened.
but okay, just to push back on that, I mean the whole queen e1, the whole attack, I mean, like I called it immediately. I was like, guys, check, knight h5, knight f6. Like to my eyes, it was like obviously checkmate. So I don't think that was like, oh, he's taking such a huge risk. Like he calculated that very, very quickly.
No, but before that mate happened, he had to find king f8 was a super ballsy move. And the play on the a file was not immediately evident that it was crushing.
No, I think he played an amazing game. I'm just saying in this moment, it's very close to an equal position.
Yeah.
He's black against Nepo, who clearly is not in bad form. I think it'd be crazy for him not to feel the pressure of the moment, at least a little bit.
Oh, I'm sure he feels some pressure. Me and Bruce are just trying to tell you that homie don't play, dude. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Now I'm trying to say that he's human, and impossible not to feel a little stressed here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw some discussions online about whether or not, how calm is Gukesh? Does he feel pressure? I would say the game against Fallujah, for example, he lost almost because he didn't feel much pressure, because he played very confidently and aggressively and didn't try and pull his punches or play safe moves, right? Like the danger kind of snuck up on him.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what it's like inside, right? Inside there might be a maelstrom, even though it seems kind of calm on the outside.
Well,
Even though he plays with confidence, he might be telling himself, just play the move you believe in. Maybe he has to do that. I don't know.
he definitely started showing signs of stress and nerves in that Fallujah
Mm-hmm.
game.
Right, you saw his camera and stuff, right?
Yeah. No. It was a very clear difference from when he played knight takes f2. He's like super Gukesh
Yeah.
to queen b3, and he's like, uh-oh. And then the
Uh-oh.
end game, just total collapse.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, I got to update my eval. I'd give black a minus 0.2.
Okay.
Oh, Nepo, wait. Nepo made a move?
Ghost, did you want to take out the Ben's ranking as it gets stale? Like if I just delete it, what does that do?
I think
That works.
we can delete the column, and that will...
I also just I put not a number for Ben, and it seems to be
Oh, that works. That works.
seems to work as well without redoing the screen capture.
All right, but I'm changing minus 0.2. Yeah, I feel like white's more or less okay.
Yeah, ever since he played King H8 instead of King F8, I just put it back to equal from my perspective. I know he's got a little bit of a hop on the E file, but white's got the A file. And, the rook and queen are actively placed for white. Black potentially has the E file, but black's pieces aren't that active yet, so I think it's fully equal.
Janssen, that last move was pretty good, dude, b4.
Mm-hmm.
It
Just-
prevents rook e5, and it prevents a5.
Mm-hmm. Double prophylaxis. 2 squares in 1. What does it mean when we say minus 0.2, Laszlo? It's our estimate of the size of white's, or black's in this case's, advantage. Evaluations in the range of 0.1 to 0.4 are kind of like the position's very close to equal, but you know which side you would choose to play from, right? If somebody said, do you want to play white or black? And Jesse or Kostya would say, I'd rather sit down on the black side here. Whereas right now, I would literally say, doesn't matter to me, either one.
So
So
I'm
that's-
working with the kind of old interpretation where plus 1.5 and higher is like decisive advantage.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I would put it.
Yeah.
Plus 1 usually means like you're up a healthy pawn.
Yeah.
Plus
Pawn for
2 would
nothing.
be like you're up 2 healthy pawns.
Yeah.
And somewhere between 1 healthy pawn and 2 pawns up, yeah, you get that decisive advantage.
Yeah. Somewhere in the 1.3 to 1.5 range, in my experience with the old points.
So I want to say this b4 move really puts some big questions to black. So I want to say a couple things. So we take on b4 or we push it.
Yeah.
That gives white queen d4, which is just a great square for the queen. Black has at his disposal, got to be talked about, the basic rook e2. And so he took, and also he has the rook e2 after takes
Yeah. I would definitely take here. I just have to say.
for black.
Yeah, I would have definitely taken.
Good. So then if we imagine queen b4, which we're expecting, then rook Then black has a couple moves. Rook
It
e2.
could be either. It could be pawn or queen.
I don't like the pawn.
It's kind of to me it's kind of 50-50. With the pawn he could go rook c3, rook c6, and he just knows that a pawn is just dead fixed forever.
But Mr. Bruce, let me just push it a little bit here. So if we imagine queen b4,
Yeah.
and rook e2 is the spicy way to play, but if I just play rook e5, isn't it clear that black is better in that position? I'm touching
Maybe.
stuff. I got the file.
Not to me, queen d4, and then I want f4.
Now, okay. I'll definitely consider queen a7 there. Right. Well, looks good for black.
Okay.
Maybe even f5 here for black in this rook e5, queen d4 position.
That makes me real nervous. Okay, queen b4 was played.
Okay.
Yeah, Nepal's a queen guy. He's not taking with the pawn.
Okay.
Let me just say, rook e2, maybe, but it feels off sides, and it feels that feels speculative, rook e2, whereas rook e5 feels super solid.
Yeah. Yeah, rook e2 looks like a little bit of dangly fishing. Rook e5 looks clean.
I don't know what white would do. Like, let's imagine if you do play rook e2. On queen d4, I can just play f6,
I thought you didn't want to push that pawn, boss.
Well, that's not the end of the world if I have to play f6.
So then let's go rook e3 for white after you play f6.
So, but I don't want to do rook e2. I'm just telling you, it's freaking me out. Rook e5 played. I'm a GM today. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. And now we have basic question for you, Mr. Fancy Pants Man Bun. Queen d4 played.
Ooh.
So
he's got quick answers.
Just had this a second ago, and my first intuition was queen a7. I like that position for black. We might have something better. F4 is a threat. No doubt.
Yeah, if it were white's move again here, f4 would certainly win the game. So it's black's move. And
queen a7, boss.
queen
I'm
a7.
a GM today.
Wow, nice one, Jesse. That's a nice one.
Calling it.
This is equal.
You call this equal?
Equal.
Give me a break, boss. What do you mean black is better? I got a coconut. I'm touching a coconut. Your rook on g3 is misplaced. What do you mean?
My rook on g3 is going to go to d3 and defend my coconut. Your rook on a7 is going to defend your coconut.
Yeah, I don't see why black is better at all.
It is
queen a7,
coconuttal
rook
parity.
a7, rook d3, rook e2, b4.
Yeah, or b3 c4.
Rook d3
right,
play.
Whatever.
Now, I'm not saying black has enough to win. I'm just saying we're pushing a little bit here. Definitely rook e2 is a contender now.
Yeah. They're starting to move fast. It's really, really equal now.
Give me a break. A5 is another contender.
A5.
And let me just say, I really would like my king to be on f8. It's a problem. It's like my king, it's like owes an extra tempo to come back into the game.
Yeah.
Now, rook e2 it's still a courageous move. It makes a lot of sense now. What do you guys want to do on rook e2?
Queen a7 and b4.
Okay. I think
This is an
That's
analysis line, folks. Doom, 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 boom.
and I think the B4 move points to the fact that another ambitious move for black here would be A5. So it's like rook E2 or A5. There's even, building moves like very basic ones like King G8. Just be like, Bows, I admit it. I'm coming home. I'm coming home, Bows.
King G8, King F1. Also coming home, apparently.
Oh, you guys, I gotta go, but I will be back.
All right.
I will be back. I love this, by the way. This is great.
We'll count on it.
Yeah. See,
You should take me and Ben. Oh, you already took Ben off. Yeah, take me off. But for the moment, I believe in minus 0.3. Scotia still has minus 0.2, which you could call that equal. That's another word for equal.
It's within the range.
Like if I have to pick a side, I think I take black. But yeah, it seems very drawish.
The old engines had equal as around like minus 0.25 to plus 0.25, something like that range. Yeah. But it still indicates, which color he wants to play.
I'm going to take a quick look at the other games. I'm going to say I like Naka. I like Prague a little bit more.
Naka.
I like Favi a little bit more. All right. I got to go. Bye, guys.
Right,
I'll be back. I will be back.
Eight. Then there were two.
And then there were two. There's always zero eventually. It always ends the same. Rookie 2 played. Jesse is a GM today.
Wow.
But
he doesn't even need to be here. We can just say all his normal stuff.
Yeah.
And let me just say, guys, black is better, okay? Black is better. It's 0.3. I'm not saying he's going to win, but I'm saying he's definitely not going to lose or draw.
Right. And let me just say the obvious, that rook is active on E2. So.
Yeah, and let me just say the obvious. White has a coconut hanging on B2.
That's true. Yeah, coconut in red right there to make it extra obvious. Coast to Coast, how are you feeling about where this broadcast is headed?
Great, because I think we're going to check out the Naka game soon, and
you're correct.
Heat up.
Let's do it. Boom. Naka game. Oh, lots more minor pieces.
Let me just say one thing about Naka.
Yeah.
Naka is the most talented American player of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And he has not performed up to his expectations in this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to be the most talented American player, and we've had, Fisher and Morphy, who are each number one, then you must be not living up to your potential, right? That's the only way. Only way it can be logically consistent. Coast to Coast cam just got a bit weird. Sorry, thank you. Let me go fix that.
Oh, wait. I see people are taking me at face value. Sorry, guys. I'm still being Jesse, so I'm not going to So I actually think he has a point. I mean, I don't know who's the most talented player of all time. It's a possible question, but I think there's a reasonable perspective to say it's Naka. Naka's very fast, guys. Very fast.
Mm-hmm.
I do think he's the best online player of all time, ahead of Magnus.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
That's big.
Well, he's got the higher peak blitz rating, I think.
Really? I thought that Magnus went and took that record from him, and maybe it was going back and forth. No?
Maybe, but I think Naka took it back.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, Magnus is definitely higher? Oh, I thought Naka had it. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Played on
Okay, yeah.
mostly-
Anyway, this position.
Yeah, this position. One thing that this position makes me feel, Kostya, is that minor pieces are lovely. I'm so happy to find them on the board here.
Yes. Well, maybe we should just call the Gukesh game a draw until further notice, and then use the eval bar for this game.
Yeah. Let's steal that eval bar.
Okay. So Jesse, I'll delete.
Oh yeah, just deleting them out.
And I mean, I've been looking at this for a little while, just out of the corner of my eye. I thought Naka was doing well. And I like his rooks lined up against the queen on e8 and the potential invasion on the b file.
Folks, what you're seeing is no blue on the eval bar. Your first absolute 0.00. It's not a glitch. I thought the bar might be glitching.
Oh no, I haven't put my eval in yet
Well,
for this one.
It's
No, I think white.
It still has minus 0.2 from the other one. So I'm just saying, for people seeing the eval bar, it looks like it might be glitching. Like there's no blue. What's going on? But the thing's working. Kostya doesn't miss with his coding. There it is. He put in a number.
Power of Google Sheets. By the way, guys, I programmed this thing.
Yeah, this is Kostya's programming. We had offers from a lot of world famous programmers to help us out, but we went with Kostya's prototype. It was really nice.
Yeah, it works well.
Yeah, I was impressed.
Okay, who is the most talented? Oh, lawyer, and I thought it was the most talented player. Magnus is the most talented of all time, of course. Most talented lawyer. That's a harder question.
Okay, so Kostya gave a pretty good eval here for Naka. He gave the higher eval, and he's been looking at the game a little bit longer. So Kostya, you want to give us some kind of orientation as to what you expect is going on here?
Yeah, it just feels like black is under pressure. Like the knight on e7 is awkward to me. The pawn on d5 is weak. You know, pawn on a3 could one day be picked up. I guess I'm not only evaluating the position, I just also feel like at some point Naka's gonna overtake it, because it feels complicated enough that he should be the stronger player here, in my estimation.
But the eval's for the board, no?
Yeah, I'm mainly evaluating the board.
So black trades or goes to a5? Pretty much.
Yeah. How would we do this? Maybe bishop a5 is the more annoying move.
Machina hasn't lost any games in the second half yet, and avoids a trade there again. Another aggressive move.
Oh. I wonder if he feels awkward about the whole Ferrugia thing. Like he's the one that started it all off. It's like, oh no. What is this whole thing turned into? Okay, maybe bishop h4 here is one thought.
Yeah. I would probably go knight e3 first. Establish the pressure a little bit.
But knight e3, how's that work?
Am I hanging bishop takes c3? I didn't realize. Ay. The ratings under the players' names are their FIDE ratings on the April FIDE list. The ratings they entered the candidates tournament with. Huh. So no knight e3. That's annoying. What are we doing with ourselves then, Kostya?
Yeah. Maybe bishop h4?
Okay. I'll follow you. Bishop h4. Pressure the knight.
And then a follow-up move could be knight g3 from there or something.
By the way, we had some action here in Jan versus Gukesh, but nothing that I think would surprise us or change any of our evaluations here. So, yeah. Well, maybe I would switch it to white 0.1 instead of 0.0, but it's... All right, well, we'll keep going with our analysis here. So you played bishop h4. I got to suggest some kind of move for black. You might be threatening to take on e7 and d5. No, because rook e1 would be hanging. And if you trade on e6, then bishop defends the pawn. So you're not even threatening anything at the moment. Move came in. Let's see what it was. Rook takes rook. Now
okay.
Who's the Tauschmaschine?
No, I think he has some point here. I think he just wants to keep his rook on the b file.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe rook b7 next.
He could Tausch more with rook b8. That's pretty nothing,
True.
right? That's pretty nothing. Bishop d6. How's that for a move, Kostya? Maybe he traded the rook for access.
Bishop d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Trying to eat his opponent's coconut.
Oh, and Abasov hasn't recaptured yet. That was just me sort of assuming the bishop. But if bishop takes e6, bishop d6 wins the a3 pawn, then he'll be considering fe here as well.
You got to consider fe for the tempo. You know, but you don't want to play fe structurally.
Mm-hmm. All right. He's made his choice. He took with the bishop. So he's got something in mind against bishop d6.
Yeah, based on the speed, he's not afraid of bishop d6. Queen d7, maybe?
Ah. Yeah, fair enough. So then your other option would be rook b7, like you said before.
Mm-hmm.
Preparing it, winding up.
Yeah, rook b7, definitely a move.
And, you know, you've got rook a7 ideas as well. Bishop d6 coming in. The rook's tying the queen to the knight. Against rook b7, the instinct would be to look for a good move for the knight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, chat's pointing out that after rook b8, the queen can't move because of bishop h7 check picking up an exchange. So, against rook b8, he's going to have to block with a minor piece on c8.
Hold on. What about rook b8? Just little trades.
Just
little
give
trade
the
a
queen.
Ruski. Yeah, you get your rook to b8, and then rook b2 is coming.
Okay, so you say that's a nice file you've got there. Goes you just calm as you like. Makes the trade.
Be a shame if something happened to it. Mm-hmm.
Preps the rook for implantation. And white's remaining pieces seem to do nothing. Truly astonishing.
Oh, Nepo Gukesh, they're both going full Tauschmaschine.
All right.
Jesse in agony right
Let's
now.
go back and catch the action. King h7, rook e8, rook c7.
We're gonna shake hands. So.
Takes, rook.
Soon as
That's
they
a
get to
draw,
move.
boys. That's a draw. That one's a 0.000, but we're going to switch back to Naka. Good result for Gukesh, right, Kostya?
Solid. Solid effort. I feel like he had no problems basically. Surprised Nepo in the opening. Nepo, I don't think went for the most critical routes, and then he was fine.
Yeah.
B5, knight A5, great decision. Made it look easy, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, just I would say knight d5 was probably inaccurate from Nepo. That's what Jesse thought as well. And that was all it took, and then he just jumped into the game. Okay.
Oh,
So
this was awkward. Hold on. They just agreed to a draw, Nepo Gukesh. Nepo made his 40th move and offered a draw, stuck out his hand like, okay, we're gonna accept.
yeah.
And then Gukesh made his move G6, like I have to make my 40th move before I'm allowed to accept the draw. And then he made G6 and then he just shook Nepo's hand.
His hand was still waiting.
Yeah, because Nepo's confused. He's like, why are you making a move?
Gukesh knows the rules.
Gukesh.
He wasn't about to
Now he's
get a
gonna set up the
penalty.
pieces for both sides as usual.
Trading machine, like in chess, trading pieces on the chessboard. It's a technique of those who like simpler positions.
Yeah, it's a Minecraft thing. Jesse's a big Minecraft player. That's where he gets all his lingo from. He just makes it up because he's embarrassed. But no, his kids got him into Minecraft and he's been addicted ever since.
He's been mining ever since. Mining lingo. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a game of centipawns, Kostya, or at least, 1/10 of a pawn here or there. And I feel like knight d5 was Nepo's move that let black really clarify the equality. And honestly, if king f8 instead of king h8, I could understand that feeling that black was starting to have some advantage. But as soon as he played king h8, I just didn't see anything. So I dropped back to 0.
Yeah. Same. And yeah, like I was saying earlier, which I thought was clear, it didn't feel like Gukesh was gonna go all out to win this one.
Uh-huh.
Which maybe was just based on the objective value of the position.
Right, that
He
he just didn't
get
have the
anything, and
wherewithal.
so no reason to risk. Yeah.
I think if he'd had a nice advantage or an option to do something aggressive, there's certainly a possibility he would have taken it.
Oh yeah.
Because he seems
If
to
he
be,
had something real.
he seems to be pretty confident and objective in my mind. Like both confident and objective. So some people who are confident, it's like overconfident. Like if the position is equal, they think they're winning, and if it's worse, they think they're holding. But I think he's like objective and believes in his ability to play what he needs to match the more objective evaluation. So you look at something, you're like, oh, it's equal, or like it should be defensible but hard to defend. He'll say, well, I'll defend it, And in a better position, he'll go for risky things if he thinks that they increase his advantage.
Yeah. Gukesh still has an Abasov game in the bank. Yeah, still has that to look forward to.
Yeah.
But
But
he'll be black.
as you guys can see, I mean, the Abasov game is nothing like a guaranteed point. It's a lot of work. Abasov on a 3-game drawing streak here.
I mean, Nepo made 2 draws with Abasov. You wouldn't think if Nepo, like if I told you Nepo's going to lead the event, you wouldn't think 2 draws with Abasov would be part of that equation.
You would think 2 wins against Firo would be, but even that he didn't get. Also, he doesn't have that big a lead, right? The tournament's still super, super tight. I mean, he's got 2 wins, right, Kostya? 2 wins?
It's very close, but I think
10
one thing
games.
that it's important is that he hasn't lost a game.
Right.
So that's good for confidence.
Yeah.
Gukesh, Prague both have. Fabi, Naka, everyone has lost.
Yeah.
Naka's really tanking right now. He's going down on the clock. On rook b8, did we have anything other than the queen sack?
I mean, I didn't see anything for white after your queen sack, Kostya. It just looked good.
Okay. So then that's it's kind of like the critical line. He must be maybe he already evaluated it or evaluating.
I mean, we haven't really gone into rook b7. I think that move's also very worthy of
Yeah.
analysis
Well,
here.
if rook b8's no good, then yeah, you got to do something else.
I mean, this kind of tries to tie black down a little bit, right? To that knight. My instinct here would be to move the knight, so maybe knight g6? Maybe knight c6? Either way, then bishop d6 comes with a tempo on a sort of trapped rook. You can struggle with queen c8 or whatever, but you're probably losing a pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's the answer here? Because bishop d6 is annoying. Hmm.
Well, white's actually got several things they can improve, Patrick. The rook on b1, the bishop on g3, and the knight on f1. The knight on f1 is being restrained by the c3 pawn that I would be apt to hang here. It really wants to go to e3. So, but it looks like, rook b7, bishop d6 is a heck of a drug / plan for now. So that's what black needs to respond to at first here. Maybe knight c8, Kostya?
Bishop d6 is a problem. Yeah, I was thinking knight c8, but it feels
Fairly passive.
quite passive.
But maybe it's what you have to do, and then ask white, okay, well, how do you increase this?
So one idea would be g5, hg, queen h5.
Whoa, that is a surprisingly intense route. Did not see that coming. Hg, queen h5. You're threatening mate and the pawn, so the idea is black plays g6, you just take back your pawn and then keep pressing, right? You've got bishop e5 and stuff.
g6, I go bishop g6.
What?
I got h7.
Queen's covering this. I take back. Ow. Okay, well, that's a nice violent move, Kostya. You made good use of rook b7 there.
Yeah, but I think if instead of g6, if black had gone f5, then yeah, the idea was to take on g5 with tempo.
Oh, but that's a huge square you just gained there, right?
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, it's got to be rook f7 or something.
Yeah, so I didn't really see further, but optically at first glance it looked nice for white, even though c3 is hanging, so that's always kind of a problem.
I'm inclined to go rook b8 and keep the rook. Bishop takes c3, bishop e5. I'm confident that this knight is going to come into the game, right?
Yeah, or even knight e3 right away might be strong in just taking on f5.
Without bishop e5?
Mm-hmm. Maybe bishop e5 is better. I mean, black has no moves. Nothing moves.
Well,
It's
bishop takes d4 brings their bishop back into the game.
Yeah, just on that f5 is powerful.
You thought it was... Okay, well, let's have a look then. Let's see if it's got some major power. It's threatening knight h6. So I'm going to give up the bishop pair, and then I'm losing c8. Good lord. Okay, so knight f5 is packing a huge punch. Hitting the bishop, threatening knight h6, threatening knight d6. So basically the only legal move becomes bishop f6.
Mm-hmm.
But my instinct here is that you could go queen g6 and black is suffering heavily.
Yeah. Queen g6, and yeah, all the problems remain.
Still got all your threats. That looks winning. Wow, that was scary how fast That knight
It
took
just pops
over.
in.
Okay, so G5 very, very strong. Let's see if he's moved yet. It looks like he's just been thinking this whole time, but maybe he snuck in a move. No. Still thinking.
Oh, he's thinking, oh, but he's bobbing, so he's calculating. He just saw this 93 knight f5 thing. He's like, wow, that's
Wow.
strong.
That's for real.
It's catching up to our analysis rapidly. The rook b7, what other moves does black have here?
I mean, when I first contemplated this move, I thought maybe black could play the move f5. But after the line we just saw, where white put the knight on e3 and f5, I'm not particularly encouraged to weaken the e5 square in the 7th rank now.
Yeah.
Thinking deeply here, I'm going to bump up my evaluation quite a bit from what we just analyzed on rook b7.
Ooh. So is that based on him finding rook b7?
That's the evaluation in the current position since rook b7 is available.
Fair. I think if he goes rook b7, I'm going to up mine further, but I want him
Even
to play
further.
it first. Because if he plays it, then I'll feel more confident that it's good.
That is good.
Come on,
Okay.
Naka, he's reaching.
So we're going to do a quick look at knight g6 since Hodesput is asking, right? So we go bishop d6, hitting the rook. The only idea here we really had for black was queen c8, or maybe c6, similar.
Uh-huh.
And then bishop f8, queen b7, bishop a3.
That's not the healthiest extra pawn.
No, not the healthiest, but we grabbed it.
I guess if we have time to go like bishop c1 and a4, then okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you could go to c8 instead of c6, but either way, you're going to be capturing the rook, not the pawn on g4. So you could get the same position with queen c8 as what we have here.
okay, Abdul has spoken.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, importantly, black's pieces are not like especially coordinated to threaten white here. So. Well, yeah, the value of a pawn is definitely in question, MD Knight. To Abdul, they're everything. Jesse says they're not much, but he's not like a wild sacrificer.
Pawns have potential. They're like they're like the Magikarps of the chess world. They're not very strong, but one day you can turn into a Gyarados.
Or a Mewtwo.
Or a Mewtwo, exactly. See?
Naka's having a really, really deep think about this one.
Yeah, he's on the attack. I think he senses the moment. He's about to flail with his pawns.
Just flail. That is also true for pawns, right, Gryffindor? Very few pawns will really become that good. Most of them get captured.
Here we go. Rook went up. Rook b7. Okay. I'm
You're gonna pump
valuation's
up
going
that
up.
valuation.
0.8. Just because I'm not too convinced by this pawn up line, I feel like that's not a pure +1.
Mm-hmm.
Because white has this weakness on G3, C3, G4.
Actually, I've been too conservative with my ranking. I haven't yet found any variation where black wasn't lost, so I'm going to go up to 1 from... I've been like creeping 0.5, 0.6. I think this is just hedging.
Yeah.
I really don't see anything for black to do, and we've been staring at it for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just truly nothing.
Depending on how much Abasov thinks here, I might start moving my evaluation up. If he starts tanking, then I'm gonna be like, okay, yeah, must be
So
must
before
be
knight
good for what.
g6, we looked at knight c8, and then Kostia had g5. That was a hell of a move. We have not yet tried out f5, so we could make some more variations, see what we get.
F5 here.
I'm convinced about the pawn up variation, Abdul. Yes, I think that pawn up variation was like a full pawn. Now you say it's like completely winning. I am not certain that it's winning, but it's getting really close. Okay, let me.
Yeah,
let
but
me
he's
try it.
pressure. I mean, just optically, like black's rook is on f8, our rook is like a monster on b7.
Okay, against f5, here's one move we have to calculate. Bishop to d6. Now, I had thought fg might lose to queen e2 here, and that queen c6 would again be the main move. But let's just have a quick look. Fg, queen e2. I'm going to try and discard the easiest line first. So knight's super hanging, bishop's hanging, rook on f8 is getting looked at.
Looks bad. Looks over.
The game is over. So it would be queen
Can't
c6
even go
again.
bishop d7. Yeah, no, everything hangs.
What's that?
Black couldn't even go like bishop d7 in that position because it opens up the queen.
Right. Because we still get in. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to consider queen c6 again here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, rook e7, queen d6 doesn't look good. So it seems
But take on e7
I have
and
to
then
take
take
on
on
e7,
f8.
take
And
on
then
f8,
f5.
right? Just straight moves, Kostya, normal stuff. Capture,
Yeah.
capture, capture.
Hungry, hungry hippo.
Bishop d7. White's up a pawn, but here black's got queen b2 coming. So we have to do stuff. We have to go like f6 and go after the king. I don't know.
Yeah, f6. To me, it looks like lost for black. This one looks way worse. Yeah. Just because I feel like the king's opening up. We did something with our g pawn.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's concrete, but
By the way, that was 17 minutes on rook b7 from Naka. Big heavy think. We're deep in a analysis variation here, folks. This is not the live position.
I was gonna say, like, people, like Jesse and others are making the point. It's like way more fun to do the no eval commentary. Eugene Perelstein also joined the team, and I totally agree. Like, I really relish like just when we do the pure analysis, just like going into a position, and then like when I'm hosting, you see like the tree of variations that you build throughout the broadcast. And it just makes me feel so good. Like, wow, we looked at like hundreds of moves.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's a genocide of FMs today.
Skibix has a nice, interesting general question, which is, should you always think on your opponent's time? And I think that depends on you, your energy level, and the position. So it's definitely not an always to me. You give the example, Skibix, that in the position we had one move ago, Abasov couldn't know if rook b7 or rook b8 was coming, so he might not want to think about the move that doesn't get played. For me, those two moves are both concrete enough, and the number of moves to look at is small enough that that is a position where I would be thinking on my opponent's time, unless, I'm ill and don't have any energy or something.
Also, I think he should have had an answer to rook b8 already.
Yeah.
Because he might just lose after rook b8 if he doesn't.
Right. Before he took on e6, he should have already had an idea. So, yeah, again, it also depends on that. If he feels he's got things super well worked out already when he took on e6 with the bishop, then he could say this is his time to take a little break while Naka figures out which move he wants. Because if he's really locked in on his answers to rook b7 and rook b8, of course Naka could also play knight d2 or queen e3, and you don't want to guzzle mounds of energy on those moves in this position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook b8, we were thinking black takes twice on b8
Yeah.
and would actually be doing quite well there.
Yeah. Cade Wu, this was Kostya's solution to rook b8, to just trade those pieces, and then you've got rook b2 coming, c3 and a2 are weak, and white's remaining pieces are strangely doing nothing and finding no targets. Yeah, you can play queen g3, and the rook comes in. You've got queen d6, maybe with some interesting chances, but let's say black goes rook takes c2, you have to take the knight, and then rook a2. You're basically hoping for a perpetual here because yeah.
Maybe you could take on a3 first for white instead of taking the knight.
Okay, you give black the moment to play knight c6 and try and keep all their minors, right?
Yeah, but it feels like everything's hanging, like queen a4 in that position.
Queen a4, yeah. And then if bishop d7, queen d5, bishop e8, you think you'll hunt them down eventually. But I'll just play something super simple for black. I'll play bishop takes c3, give you my knight, put the bishop on d4. And, I mean, there's no way black's losing. Right?
Yeah, no, this looks good. I was thinking
Such
queen
power.
a4 instead of queen c5.
You were thinking what?
Queen a4 instead of queen c5.
Oh, shoot, I totally missed it. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So hitting the rook.
Yeah.
But still, like, I guess rook c3 and... I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I think maybe rook a1, queen c6, bishop c3 there as well, even though rook c1's not a huge improvement, but...
Yeah, I like that better.
You have the idea of bishop g4 to e2, and if f3, you have bishop d4, and in any case, the c pawn is a pretty good asset. I mean, it's much messier because you're not up pawns and white has the a pawn, but it looks pretty reasonable for black. We've got a move in the game. We've got knight c8, stopping
knight
bishop
c8.
d6 after only like 5 minutes of thought. No, 8 minutes of thought.
Come on, Naka.
All right.
Slam g5.
So now we get a chance to look at this line that Patrick's been asking us about, which is against g5. Patrick was thinking of going g6. And on g takes h6, king h7, and use the h pawn against white. The most obvious next move for white would be queen f6, threatening checkmate. Did you have a plan there?
Yeah, that looks like mate on the dark squares. Okay, rook g8 continues the game.
Yeah. And then after bishop e5, white's still not particularly threatening anything. But that king looks really, really dangerous.
It seems like mate. It seems just a matter of time. But if we go back a sec, we maybe have other moves other than g takes h6.
Other than g takes h6? Like, you don't even need to take, you just go bishop e5, Kostya?
I was thinking, yeah, bishop e5 to start.
Yeah. So now Kostya's big threat is queen f6.
And if you try king h7 here, I got bishop takes g6. Welcome to the dojo.
A real destruction sacrifice, as it's called. Bishop takes g6. The f-pawn can't take, right? Because of this.
Yes, I anticipated Patrick's idea.
This gives us the tempo to not let black play rook g8. Just come in and... Yeah, I think the problem, Patrick, is that whether or not you have an umbrella pawn, in this position, moving the G pawn is going to weaken the king so severely, with white having bishop e5 and black having bishop a5, that it's hard to think of a move for black here, honestly. And this is Naka's thinking in this position after knight c8. I mean, he has g5 available on the board, and it looks super killer. Like, an engine might say +3 or something, because it's just calculating.
Yeah, I'm moving my eval up. I'm going 1.4.
Kosta thinks this is death. What else could black play after g5? Can they go after the rook, queen c6, try and relieve pressure? Nobody sees a way to hold yet. Has Nijat missed g5? I don't know, Amanoid. It seems like he might be close to losing in all lines here after rook b7. In which case, you know, it's hard to say how you pick which line to play when everything starts looking that bad. So we're going to calculate g5, queen c6 for a moment here.
That looks fun.
So kicking the rook. Kosia, it does not look like you can sack the rook, but do you think you can?
I definitely want to consider it.
You want to consider it. All right, we'll consider it because it'll be the fastest. We'll get a conclusion faster than calculating rook b1 or something.
Yeah.
So takes, the only reasonable move for black is to take the rook. Then we take on g7.
Yeah. But I don't see it for white.
You don't see it. So the king can take the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And ask the pawn to get out of his dojo. We go queen h5. Threatening bishop e5, mate in 1. Or, you know, mate in 1 more.
Mm-hmm.
Black can try bishop c7, but there's queen g5, queen h6 is also checkmate.
Oh, wait,
f6,
this is,
there's queen h7.
This is surprisingly strong.
Well, it's also threatening queen h7, bishop h4 mate, and queen g5, queen h8, queen h7 mate. So white is threatening at least 3 different checkmates in about 2 moves, all with checks.
Yeah, this looks bad. If f5, bishop e5, rook f6, queen g5 is over.
Bishop e5? Oh, right, f5 blocking out 1 bishop. That's a very good idea. Here, if king g8, you're mated. The bishop's covering all the squares. And if rook f6, as Kostya says, you go queen g5. This gets consumed, and then white just walks all over the king. So that leaves rook to g8 as a move that might not get immediately mated. If you go for queen h7, you don't have bishop d6 because the knight's on that.
G8, yeah, that might be the solution. Naka seems unhappy. He was about to make a move, but it looked like he was reaching for his knight.
Yeah.
Like he wanted knight e3.
If we had our chili pepper system up and running, this would be getting a spicy rating, this position.
Yeah. No, I'm sure he sees g5. I think he just sees a response to g5 that he doesn't like. Well, we haven't figured out this queen c6 thing yet. So.
Does he look unhappy on stream?
Yeah, he does. Because he's burning lots of time. He's under 20 minutes. He has to make 14 moves.
Right.
Avasov just peeked like if he made a move yet and walked away. Classic.
So much walking around from these players, huh?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Almost as if it suggests the dominant strategy is not to sit there grinding on the opponent's time.
Oh, bishop? He's reaching for the bishop? What's he doing? What's he doing? Bishop f4.
Trying to play g5. Dog, you could play g5.
I could have just played it. And also he's back. He's like, oh, thank God.
After g5,
but I guess
it isn't
g5,
like black
queen
is better.
c6.
G5
there
looks
was no
more or less winning. Well, now we have to drop our evals, Ghost. Yeah, you didn't finish him off.
Yeah. But what was the answer to Queen C6? I mean,
Oh,
because if we move the rook off the
all right.
7th,
We sacked his
then
rook and then just didn't find mate, huh? Okay.
yeah.
We just left it as like, yeah, maybe.
I mean I gotta imagine this was why he rejected it. I don't see another idea for black. Although rook b8 maybe is still good because hg, queen h5 are still hitting the g pawn and
Yeah, rook b8 looks
bishop
fine.
e5.
Maybe bishop c7 then?
Mm-hmm.
Although there, I mean, GH is only an exchange sack now. It's hard to believe that wouldn't win as an exchange sack.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe knight will come into g3 quickly,
Yeah.
into h5.
That looks too strong to me.
But
So queen c6, rook b8.
so we'll have to wait for the recap.
No, you can do it, Costa. You can figure it out. Bishop c7, I would say loses to gh.
I mean, maybe he didn't like hg, and then queen h5, f5.
Okay, queen has to take it.
Yeah, queen g5, bishop c3. And
Okay.
then black's queen goes back to d7.
You might win faster with knight e3, but I'm just going to play my pedestrian move first.
Yeah,
Bishop
so bishop e5.
e5,
Mhm.
queen d7,
Let's take queen d7,
and now knight g3.
knight g3. Still looks like black's busted. The
Yeah.
bishop on c3 is out of the game, and
It's true that before you had the rook on b7 and it was much stronger, but here, what does black have? Do they have queen e7?
I think we got queen c6, rook b8 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So at least at least he's anticipated this. And it still looks unpleasant for black, but yeah, my eval's gonna drop. I'm gonna put this at this feels like a 0.7 to me.
Yeah. So after Naka lost yesterday, did he go back to an equal score?
Yes.
So he's got some ground to make up. He's 2 games behind Gukesh and Nepo. So definitely this is a game he kind of needs to pick up.
Naka's recap was he was felt like he was quite objective.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically saying he was overestimating his position against Vidit, and that ultimately led him to take on way too much risk.
Play aggressively with it, yeah.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, it was at the moment that he thought he's like making a draw that he actually blundered the game. Which
He must have blundered the knight takes d5 move, right? When he took on e5.
yeah, exactly.
I also had overlooked it when I suggested he take on e5 in the commentary, so...
Yeah. So I don't know, maybe less confidence today. That's definitely possible.
Yeah.
He's not like Gukesh, who can just wipe his memory.
Bouncing across does make a point. Like I was thinking, if there's 4 rounds after this, so if you're down 2 games with 4 rounds to go, it's a lot, but it can obviously happen. However, there's 2 different people who are at +2, right? And then you don't know if Prague's going to be at +1 or +2. So the odds of catching multiple people actually goes down quite a lot compared to catching one leader, who's 2 games ahead of you.
Yeah.
Like if all you have to do is catch, Nepo, then all you need to do is, beat him in your head-to-head match. All right. But how do you account for what the other guy's doing, right? So, and when there's 3-4 people, then they start playing each other and it becomes impossible to catch them all because they can't all lose. Unless they all wear loud shoes on the same day and get double forfeited.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, so live position here. Hikaru has 12 moves to make in 18 minutes 50. This is about the closest I've seen him to time pressure, Kostya. In this tournament.
Naka?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. This happened to Fabi yesterday, also got low on time. I think they're putting extra pressure on themselves, like, gotta beat this guy. They're looking at Nijat's rating, not just playing the board, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the game to risk for sure. Maybe we could take a quick look at the Fabi game.
Sure.
Firouzja just made very frisky move.
Here was our last position, was rook f1. It looked not obviously better for either player yet. Bishop d7. I would have just been trying to get the rook out of h8. Brings it around to c6. There could be claims of highfalutincy for that, right?
Yeah.
Repositioning that bishop when the rook is still crying on h8. And then, is this the frisky move, f5?
F5.
Wow. The move we kind of wanted from Gukesh today, a little bit.
You can take me on f6, you can take me on f5, wherever you want. But eventually that bishop on e2 is going to talk to that pawn on g6.
Right, after a move like bishop d3 or f3. Bishop f3, knight h2, maybe not what white wants. Bishop d3, e5 might be super weird too. Kostya. You know what Jesse would say about this rook after bishop d3? I mean, we shouldn't say it on stream. But...
yeah. I know it is Mexican friend Julio Estrada Nieto would say. Yeah, Caruana does have a great score against Firouzja, if I remember correctly, in classical chess. So he's managed to get the best out of Firo so far. And based on yesterday, I really do think Firouzja is tilted. Because like his dad was saying some stuff, like he's considering like just quitting chess altogether. And yeah, I feel like he's not going to be in a great mindset today.
Makes it feel like it was too easy for him to get to 2,800 and like number 2 or 3 in the world. If you had to work really hard, you'd be pretty pumped to be there. I don't think you'd walk away so easily.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
It's a big deal to be that good at anything. Right?
No,
my
absolutely.
son is better at this than you will ever be at anything in your life.
Magnus definitely worked very hard. He, was dropping out of school and he would just, like read chess books all the time and play all the time and and then eventually he even started working on his openings.
Got a question from chat about taking on g4, and my feeling is it makes the rook on h8 too happy, and that was the saddest piece on the board. So, and I guess, as Patrick says, it doesn't even solve the real question before black, which is fe4. So I think the critical lines here, probably bishop d3, and then maybe e5 as a response. But that move might lose stuff on the F file. I mean, it's a lot. Oh, here's what Farouja himself hoped to do to Naka was something like this. I'm going to play a very helpful variation by Black Kostia, but
Yeah, I was just thinking about this line, EF.
yeah,
Beautiful.
that's exactly what Farouja was looking at when he got excited against Naka. And Jesse and I were excited too. We thought like, oh, this looks really good for white. And Naka just, sacked in exchange calmly.
Yeah.
It was fine. So F5. Okay, another question is, what about EF, GF, and then Bishop D3? EF, GF, and then Bishop D3. We're going to look because that's very logical. And if E6, oh man, Gabriel's really looking ahead. Didn't just give a move. Didn't say, what about E takes F5? So often people ask us that, Kostia, right? Like, what about E takes F5? I don't know. It's like one of the moves in the position. No.
It's like,
EF, GF,
move?
Bishop D3, the idea. And then if E6, Knight B6, it's even looked ahead. It's interesting. I mean, I think Rook D8 is tactically likely in response.
Yeah.
And Gabriel would probably want to play Knight C4, looking to gain ascendancy on the dark squares, but King E7 will keep Black okay.
Yeah. Maybe Rook E1 to start.
On which move?
Instead of Knight C4.
Because we've got time here. Okay, Rook E1 to start. Yeah, good idea, Kostia. The pawn's not that easy to defend there. King can't cross to E7 because of Bishop F5. If E5, White can take, and there's a hanging rook on D8, so Black sheds some material.
Yeah, lots of pins. Rook's in the center.
Yeah, it looks pretty strong with Rook E1. There is a coconut on G2 that's hanging, but Kostia is going to have too much activity after this kind of a pawn trade. Because now F5 is dangling, and look at White's army and then look at Black's. Rather stark contrast.
We've broken into the coconut cellar.
In the coconut cellar. I guess they could say, like, so what, H4, H3, H2, H1, we take our hands off the keyboard and just push.
Yeah, I don't know. It could work.
I don't know what to do
There's
about
no
that,
mate.
Kostia. Even if we went Rook D6 and Black allowed Rook D8 check and Rook takes H8, the pawn is still queening without the Rook on H8.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. Wild position.
The Sensei eval is plummeting here. But yeah, our Sensei eval bar is currently set up for the Naka game. I'm just going to poke my head over there. See what the action was. Reconnect the bar.
Like 97.
So 97 was played. And that's it. And Naka's been thinking another couple minutes here.
Yeah, and he's shaking his head again. So.
Ay, ay, ay. How many monitors do you have, Kostia? Do you have just heads all around you of candidates?
It's just two.
Just two?
Yeah, I feel like I could use them better. They're very widespread. A lot of tabs though. A lot of Chrome tabs open.
Yeah, that's nice. All I've got is this one little laptop, so I don't get to see anything here.
Oh.
Basically, my screen is optimized to see two chat windows from YouTube and Twitch. And then I'm, fighting to even, see my OBS or my chessboard back and forth. No.
My
move
eval's
here.
going down. I'm going to 0.5.
Yeah, it looks like.
I'm losing faith in Naka's position.
Yeah, Yeah. But why didn't he go G5? He was just so killer, Kostya.
I don't know.
And he
It
just
must be one of those
thinking
things where
forever.
you see too much in the position and you don't trust your instinct.
Right, like you see some 15 move defense that's not that easy to crack, but if you just played G5, it would have worked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we didn't think bishop f4 was the move. Oh, he went back, rook b1.
Yeah, you don't want to trade. That gives up mucho advantaggio because you've got the open file, right?
Mm-hmm. But still.
Well, I mean, let's just state the obvious, Kostya. The rook on f8's a chump.
Yeah, but he also gave up some time.
It's true. We've lost some time.
Like, for example, knight g6 now black could play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the live position, folks, but Kostya's suggesting a move here, knight g6.
I don't know. Maybe bishop d2.
Keeping pieces. But keeping pieces at the cost of just giving up every single advanced piece is squares, right?
Yeah.
The full
That's
retreat
chances.
arena. If we're going to retreat, Kostya, maybe you should even go one step further.
Oh, bishop c1. Yeah.
Go to c1.
Have some threat.
And then if that makes black play queen d6, then at least there you could find time to play g5. It's not game ending anymore, but it's something.
g5, rook b5, rook comes back.
Yeah, you want to go rook b5, stick that bishop on c7, then play g5?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Kostya and I have the same eval, by the way, folks. It's being averaged, but it's identical. White still has a noticeable pressure. Definitely a bit unpleasant to be black. You would not really get me to sit down in black's seat here. But not crunched yet. Yeah, not only is 2632 pretty good, but
got a question. I think same question as Chad has actually. David,
Yeah.
before rook b1, wasn't there bishop h7 check?
what? You've got to be kidding me.
No, but clearly there was a problem. Just don't understand what that problem was on first glance.
Really? Bishop h7. We talked about this move earlier.
Is this rook getting trapped or?
Does it have a way out? Right now it's got b8, which is a defended square on the way out. Hikaru calculated in 10 seconds and found it's no good.
Oh, knight g6 maybe? Knight g6,
Hits the
rook
rook.
b8, knight f4.
Yeah, hang on. What squares does the rook have? Is it only b8? Because if so, it's going to be pretty elementary here. Qdom Red says it's a long line. Well, okay, the rook's attacked. What squares has it got? I only see b8. Then you take bishop c7. Deal.
That answers that, right?
Yeah. That answers that. Wow. That was a very cool variation. Why bishop h7 doesn't work. Very cool. So in the game, rook b1. Oops, rook b1 live. Naka with 12 minutes for 11 moves. Okay, I'm calling up a very different game for a second, Kostya. Although somehow it messed up my board capture dramatically.
Oh.
Let's see if I can't fix that somehow. Nope, still trash. Huh. I don't know how to fix that, folks, in any reasonable way. Why does that display so differently? Can I fix it? Nope. I don't know what to do. I mean, we can't even see the H file. It's disastrous.
Yeah, I really thought when chess.com did the redesign, they would make it like streamer friendly, where everything just gets, things don't get resized so easily.
I mean, I'm literally in the same events page, just clicking on a different board. It's not like I'm going between live chess and events, and which I wish would all line up, right? But
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with this. It's just a heck of a mess. We can see, I mean, these two players are tied for first in the women's candidates. No, tied for second, half a point behind Tan. And Lei is up a pawn at the moment, but the knight is pretty good. Looking to mess with White's coordination with bishop c4. I don't know what to do with the... I mean, we can't analyze a board you guys can't see, and I can't mess up my scene for the games we're watching. So chess.com doesn't want us to see the women's candidates today. So we go back to Hikaru's board where we're told there's lots of action on the board. Let's see. Queen d7 hitting g4. g5 giving the pawn. Gets poked by the bishop. And h5 keeping things closed.
Yeah. Things are definitely moving here. Oh, Prague Vidit just drew.
Okay. Solid game. Pawn structure hasn't changed since 15-20 moves ago, other than h takes g4 at some point. Presumably to take the queens off the board. Let me refresh the real position in Fabi's game. Fabi took en passant and then just locked in the knight. So the argument would be that White's better because Black's rooks are separated. White's got a little bit more room to maneuver the king and the rooks.
Yeah, it seems like a little better for White. And he got to take en passant.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, king g7 played. Now the h8 rook can at least talk to the other guys, but we're just going to go back to Naka in focus mode. So some folks in chat are now starting to think Naka's going to lose this one, like it's completely turned on him. Let's see if we need to update our evaluations here, Kostya. So Black's pushed past the g pawn with h5, keeping things closed. Naka still has the b file. Maybe some concern about how to handle the move knight f5 from Black if it comes up.
Yeah, it's hard to get this knight to e3 for White without hanging the c3 coconut.
Here we've got the trade on g4, but I think it still doesn't work out, right, Kostya?
Oh, wait.
If for argument's sake we go knight e3, bishop takes pawn, knight g4, queen g4.
Yeah.
And we can't get that bishop
Critical
on
line.
c3. We can't pick it up scot-free. So it seems like, we'd probably go into a trade and black would be up a pawn. Good, with good prospects for black. d4 and g5 looking quite weak. Obviously a3 could drop off for one of those two pawns, but would still be good for black. Oh, we've got a move from Naka. I mean, he's got to make moves relatively quickly now. He's under 1 minute per move. He plays queen over to e3. So maybe making way for knight to g3, but it's not in time to stop knight f5 just yet.
Right, he's got knight f5, rook e8.
Yeah,
But
rook
Amosov
e8's a
has
pretty
plenty of
easy
time.
move too, yeah.
He's got 25 minutes. He just coughed.
Yeah, I'm going to switch my eval coast, yeah. All the way to 0.
0. Wow.
Yeah, black looks pretty solid now.
Black looks
The
okay.
tickle on
Yeah.
c3 is getting annoying. White's knight is sleeping a little longer than black's knight. All we've got is the b file, but black does have rook e8 now. So I don't really see an argument for white's superiority anymore.
And he's got the time advantage.
And he's got the time advantage, so I can understand why people would start saying the game's going to turn on Naka, right? My eval bar doesn't include the time advantage. Just the
It's
board.
hard to not to listen to my gut feeling here. But yeah, okay, we got to evaluate the situation, the position on the board.
Yeah.
To me still feels yeah, it feels about equal.
I guess white's going
Where'd
to
you
play
go?
queen d2 against either knight f5 or rook e8, right?
We went knight g6. Now, 'cause
Interesting.
reaching to make a move here.
Oh, that's quite a nice idea, honestly.
h2.
Because he thought if I go rook e8, queen d2, knight g6, the bishop goes to e3, right? So go knight g6 right away. If white trades it, then after fg, he's reasonably happy with his rook being on the f file. I mean, it's committal to give white the e5 square like that, but he's playing boldly here, Nijat.
Rook e8, queen d2, and then what does black want from there? Because white wants like knight e3.
One option for black here would be bishop f5, right? Just saying, let's weaken your light squares and get my queen, further into the game. I mean, if Hikaru plays crazy moves, yeah, we'll reflect it on the eval bars, and we'll see if the eval bar can keep up with a faster paced game as they're getting lower on time.
Yeah, we should try with some blitz games. We're just constantly typing.
No commentary left, just the sounds of us typing numbers. Abdul likes the idea of h4, h3 for black. That's definitely some annoying poking too, yeah. I kind of like my simple Tauschmaschine move, bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop f5. Oh, there's rook e8, rook e2.
Oh my goodness. Rook e8, rook e2? Hello. Well, that's an issue with bishop h2. Rook e8. No, rook e8, rook b8. Or rook e8. Yeah, rook e8, rook b8.
Okay. He came from b8, so clearly this is not good. This is not what Naka wanted.
Oh no, I assume his face says he's not where he wants to be.
The camera isn't even showing his face. I think they don't want to broadcast what's happening right now. It's
Really?
only on Abasov.
Wow.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that's why, but It is on
Yeah, if black could get the rook
his
to
opponent.
e2, I think that rook e8 to e2 would just be completely crushing at this point, or a heavy advantage. C pawn would probably go, but rook e8, rook b8 is. I mean, it's not what white wanted long ago, but it sort of has that feeling of holding. Maybe black goes
Hmm.
queen b7 and tries to go to b2, and maybe black's the one pushing and white's the one suffering. But
Yeah, I'm updating my eval. -0.2. Which is not great. With a heavy heart. But somehow I feel like if we no, I was he's got too much time there. He's got like 20 minutes. If not, we can just find a way to make things spicy in the next like 2, 3 moves. Just give him like 1 or 2 tough decisions. Then maybe some chances. But
when he
the
had a
trend of
rook
the
on
game,
b7 and black was discoordinated, he didn't go for anything spicy.
I know. What was that about, huh,
Seems
Naka?
so easy there, your g5 move. I mean,
Yeah.
if the rooks come off, could he then trade on g6 and go positional mode? Maybe. We could consider that. But that's why I don't think black's going to spend their tempo here on rook e8, rook b8. I think black should go bishop f5 here. Oh, he played rook e8, as I said it.
Oh, Naka quickly goes queen d2.
Quickly, queen d2.
No, he must be baiting him into rook e8 or rook e2. He must have something. Naka loves this trick where he's like he blunders something, but
Right.
actually he has
Queen
something.
d2 and then, points at e2.
He's like, oh no.
Oh.
Exactly. No, but what is he? What does he have though?
Well, if bishop c3, there's this bishop takes g6 move, and maybe you win a piece. So, I mean, we can show that one line. Here, bishop takes c3, bishop g6, and this piece is hanging. That said, I think even there, bishop takes d4 for black, rook b8. Okay, that's a trick.
Yeah, I had the same thought.
That's a trick.
Like bishop d4 might be crushing.
So queen c1.
I also thought about rook e2, rook b8 check, but I don't see the follow-up
Right. Yeah, I mean, rook
after king
b8 check
h7.
here, and then queen c1. I guess it gives up the chances of black moving the knight and accidentally getting back rank mated. Like here, if you just play queen c1, I was thinking again, oh, maybe I'll go knight h4, right? And then boom. Oh. Oh no.
But black is still fine even here.
Yeah. Move 34, no increment. 7 moves to go for Nijat, 6 for Naka. In what has definitely been the most tense game of the day.
Yeah. Now is he hoping for rook c2, bishop f5? Feels like a very cheap trick. Okay, rook e2.
He's played.
Rook b8 check played. King h7
Oh, sorry.
played.
Okay, here, check
And
here.
queen c1. So yeah, Naka blitzing now.
Yeah. All right, now he's only got 4 moves to make, so
Queen e7
quick
feels
move's
like the
helpful.
obvious move.
Queen e7
Yeah,
quickly.
queen e7.
Rookie 1 idea. Oh my god. Oh my lord.
Yeah, I don't get this.
You can maybe
He starts
mess with
shaking
him
his
at
head.
E5
My eval's gonna drop.
for E3. Knight E3.
What's going on 93? Queen g5?
Yeah, that's it's a safe move for black. Naka thinking.
Oh, Naka does not look happy. He's only got 6.5 minutes. Still has to make like 4 moves. I mean, especially this one.
I don't
Feels
think we can
critical.
allow rook E1. Maybe he could. Rook E1, queen D2. Who cares? So there's knight E3, giving up the G-pawn. There's bishop E5. And then there's no F6 because the G-pawn is ours. Okay. I was afraid of bishop e5 f6, but I see I don't need to be.
Bishop e5, yeah, that's a cool move.
Chat wondering if Abasov could win the remaining 4 games and win the tournament. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins would put him at 8. Not really enough. Not quite enough. Very close. But, well, Clorgy, Abasov played that last move quickly because he planned it before he went rook e2. He actually thought a little bit on rook e2 and predicted this queen c1 move over here, right? And it already planned, you know, I'm not taking on c3, I'm not going bishop f5, I'm not going knight h4 because it's illegal, right? So he sort of had his plan already and went with it.
Yeah, he's got to move. All right, bishop e5. I think he calmed down. I think he's like, oh, I got bishop e5. I'm not getting busted on the first rank.
Yeah, we got a bishop c7 suggestion in chat. Maybe then rook b7 holds things together for white. There's rook takes c2, queen takes c2, and you still can't take on e5 or play bishop f5, so that doesn't help black. Yeah, black's king's kind of stuck. It's keeping them from making progress here. Yeah.
What about the crude bishop d8?
Bishop d8?
Yeah.
You're sure it's not brutalistic?
I just want to eat on g5.
Okay, just wants to eat. Just wants to eat. Don't blame me, Naka.
Hungry.
I need to eat.
Hungry. And pawn is juicy.
F4?
But then you got to deal with knight h4.
Just doing
Oh,
that
no, you
too.
don't.
I don't. Not till I go f5. And then I'll answer knight h4 with f6 check.
Oh, there's no knight h4. Maybe f6 here? Oh, it looks super loose.
Yeah. But if white doesn't have anything, it'll be super good.
I'm not ready to update the eval. I have no idea what's going on here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're not as fast as the browser.
But like now things are going pretty quickly, and you know we're seeing a little bit what's going on here. Knight g3 is coming next, perhaps. Queen e7 is looking like a mistake so far. Rook takes e5 could be played to get a pawn with the queen instead of the knight. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's have a look at that, Kostya.
Rook e5?
Yeah. Takes. Queen takes. Hitting the rook and hitting the c3 pawn. Ideally, as white, I would play like rook b7 and try and take out the f7 pawn.
That looks interesting.
Okay, we could try it. Rook b7 then. Looks pretty sufficient. I feel like you'd go bishop e6 for black, just holding what you got. And then there's queen d1. Queen g5, never mind. No queen d1.
This could be quite comfy for black. And if you take on c3, I mean, you might be winning.
Well, we're probably going to take on c3. White's looking to make enough threats here. White needs threats.
Yeah.
Because even though black sacked, black's plan is to take c3 and then move these two pawns down the board. Just down they go. Doesn't f4, f5 win? Chat asks me. f4, I assumed there'd be a square for the queen. There is, f4. Queen takes c3. And now against f5, we just go bishop takes f5. Phew! That did almost win.
Oh.
But black held it together. Nijat thinking a long time on this move, right?
Yes, but yeah, I mean, it's clearly a critical moment. And he looks nervous because now he's starting to tick down. He only has like 13 minutes left to make a couple moves, but still, it's a big decision right now for black.
Yeah.
Very easy to blunder here.
It's feeling more balanced to me. Live position is bishop e5. Yeah, I mean, very messy, right? But Nijat just missed bishop e5. Some folks are thinking possible, given how much time is being used on this next move and how good the move looks. Rook a7 at some point to go after the bishop and the a pawn. Yeah, rook a8 maybe here. They're at move 37 from Naka. 3 moves for him, 4 for Nijat. Nijat does not know what to do. Take one last look at the other boards. See what's happening. Knight takes e7 was played by Fabi. Just weakening the d6 pawn. Now all the pawns are a little bit weakened. Doesn't take d6. Very interesting. Does take d6 next. Very interesting. So Fabi's won a pawn. I mean, a clear Pawnaruski. And maybe he has rook e to e6 here. They've got 8 minutes each for 11 moves on that board, so that's intense as well.
Oh. Let me check the cameras.
Yeah.
Bobby looking calm.
Yeah.
Perugia, he's a little nervous. Nervous energy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, black is a very nice bishop on c6.
Yeah.
I kind of believe in the compensation.
The first line I looked at was nothing for white. It was rook takes, king takes, g3 to save the pawn, h4 to trade the pawn, you know, gh, rook h4, and black shouldn't quite lose this endgame, right? With great activity.
Yeah, great activity comes great drawing chances.
Yeah, but then I figured out what I was doing wrong was I was bringing the king to defend the weak pawn on f5, right? So then I thought rook e to e6, and you can keep playing for white. Unless the h-pawn queens again. I'm always playing some like positional moves, right? And then what if I lose? Oh no, rook g6 check.
Yeah.
I'm a lucky chess player today. And if yeah. Anyway, live position. Here after rook f6, we go back to Naka. And Nijat has been thinking, whew, he did not want this. He did not want this. I think he did overlook bishop e5 probably.
Yeah, or at least underestimated it.
Yeah, maybe thought he had f6 winning, or maybe he thought he had something here that he then changed his mind about. f6.
Yeah. Ooh, the jacket came off. Abasov was wearing a jacket earlier. Now it's gone. He didn't even like put it up on his chair. He just like it's like just behind him, crumpled. Not a great look. Oh, he's got to move queen e6.
Okay.
Naka very confused by queen e6.
Yeah, I mean, this is a move like maybe looking to finally play bishop f5, which I wanted so much before, but knight g3 would probably prevent that. Is he saying he wants to sack on e5, but he thinks the knight's even worse on g3 than on f1?
And knight g3 has to give something, right?
Seems like
Give
it.
the exchange. Yeah, Naka's confused. He's like, what does this guy want? He wants rook e5? Could have taken on e5 right away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, Naka's like, his head is bouncing all over the board. He's got like knight g3, rook e5, d5, queen e5, queen a3, queen b8, queen a5. I think that's the exact line he's looking at.
Nice.
That's the only line that matches his head patterns based on where he's looked at the board.
Yeah. But I think it would be better for black to take on c3 than b8 in that line.
Yeah,
So,
not gonna miss that.
Here's what we're talking about. Chat. The sack. Queen takes a3, defending this, but not enough. And counterattack here. Allowing queen b8, queen a5, and white's okay. Nothing special after queen b2 for white, but okay.
Yeah, knight g3 played. Maybe knight e3 is interesting as well, but
Chat suggesting
doesn't
maybe
hit
knight
the
e3 to
rook.
stop rook e5.
I don't know. It looks really complicated. But with knight g3, I mean, black's move seems forced.
Mm-hmm. And he spent more than half his time on queen e6, and after the most obvious response knight g3, he's still back to thinking. So it means, you know, he just hoped Naka would think a little bit before playing knight g3 so he could think more on his time. He didn't really have a plan yet.
Okay, takes on e5.
Takes on e5. Yeah, to me, chat, rook c2 is not really an option because after queen c2, your knight is still stuck. You can't move it. You can't move your king. You can't challenge bishop f5. Can't take e5. But maybe I overlooked h4 here and then bishop f5, and maybe somehow black has a way to play that. But rook e5 makes more sense because you immediately get a pawn for your exchange, and c3 is more or less dead looking. So now they're very close to move 40. Oh, whoops, we took the bar off. Sorry, folks, it's complicated. It's complicated. You want to update your eval
okay.
after the sack?
Oh man.
Not really.
Man, this is hard. Dude, we talk so much trash about the eval bar, but the eval bar is a really tough job. You just gotta immediately update.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like my gut says like black might be doing well because c3 is falling, and if white doesn't get any play against like the king, h4 comes.
Yeah. There's queen a3, bishop c3, queen f8.
Yes.
But I guess
point.
queen c3 might be what black has to play, no?
But then queen f8 anyway?
Well, queen c2 unpinning. Oh, and you just don't check me on h8 then, huh?
Yeah. At a second square.
Dang. Unreal.
I mouse slip.
Well, how about queen a3 then? Naka's got 2 minutes on the clock to play the last move here of time control, basically. Last move. Yeah. Merle says queen b8. Yeah, then queen a5, and it's kind of anyone's thing. I thought after queen b2, this position might be about balanced. Okay, so queen e5, that's queen a3. So Naka considering it. What moves other than queen a3? We talked about rook b7, bishop e6 as not being super helpful for white. Anything else stand out? I don't really see anything else, Kostya.
No, queen a3 looks like The only move.
So I'm sticking with my eval of equality at the moment.
Yeah. So, okay, guys, the reason we didn't do the traditional style evaluations is because I'm not smart enough to program how to average those in Excel.
If Kostya
You
says
know how to
equal
average numbers.
and I say white's slightly better, what's our average of that?
Oh, you're saying slightly better for white?
No, I said in theory.
Oh.
If we
Oh,
had
yeah,
different
equal to
evals,
slightly better.
how would they like
Mhm.
what would the eval bar show? If Kostya thinks it's equal and I think it's slightly better for white.
Yeah, that's tough.
Rook b5 was the move. Definitely inviting that bishop to c3.
Yeah, what's his idea?
Bishop c3. Bishop e4?
Ooh. Maybe.
Bishop e6, though. Still don't really get it. It's not even so much about programming, folks. Why don't you just say the answer to what the average would be, and then Kostya will even try and program it himself if you give an answer that makes sense.
Yeah, so guys, what do we do if someone says slightly better and someone says equal? What's the average? And what's the average of slightly better and clearly better? But I think we're trying to give the human evaluation with our words, and then the bar is just kind of, it's like just for someone that tunes in the middle of a sentence, they get to see the score of the game. They get to see what's going on.
Yeah.
Bishop
So-
c3, bishop e4 feels critical.
Yeah, but then just bishop e6 holding things, right?
Oh, and Abasov also wants to know. He took on c3.
He did take on c3, and he made time
Yeah.
control.
It's move 41. Nako's about to make a move, and then you remembered, oh, I just made time control. I can think. Like, I can think.
Yeah, I don't really see the point of rook b5 yet. But he's played his move, whatever it was.
Queen e3.
Ah, going after the d pawn, trying to blockade the pawns. I get it. Now
Okay.
I get
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Now it's starting to make sense. Thank you, Naka, for explaining to us what you're playing at. Okay, so it's hard for black to hold on to the d pawn. If he does lose the d pawn, then white's better.
Right. But I think I see a move for black here. So if you go bishop e6, right, trying to hold your structure, saying I don't need to, well, hold your structure, trying to keep the possibility of d4, right, because queen takes, pawn takes, kind of holds up your pawns a bit. If you play bishop e6, white can grab the h5 pawn. So what if here?
Oh, David, let's jump to Fabi Farouj. I'm sorry, but
Sure.
yeah,
whatever you say.
they've both got under 3 minutes left to make 7 moves.
Okay.
So Farouja, he's taking Caruana into the swamp right now, and we're gonna see if Fabi can handle it. He already got Gukesh. He caught Gukesh in the swamp once.
Oh, but Fabi playing some moves that strike. Oh, but Farouja, yeah, finds
I mean,
rook
look at these
h5.
rooks. Like the most beautiful rooks I've ever seen for white.
Yeah.
And then black's rooks just look like nasty.
The one on h5 is not a beauty. Not
Yeah.
beauty. Fabi's got an extra minute. 7 moves to go versus 8 moves to go for Firouzja.
Yeah, Firouzja's been tanking here. His clock is 90 seconds.
What's he
Smooth
supposed to do
33.
now? Ay, ay, ay. Doesn't bishop a6 win a pawn? Bishop a6, bishop takes g2. Hose putt. That's why he went back to f1. If black gets on g2, this h pawn is real trouble.
Yeah.
Okay,
Also,
we
I don't
get
know
a
if
rook
bishop
trade.
a6 was working there after the rook
So he's
trade.
going to have to send the rook back to d8 now. I mean, there's no other way he's planning to deal with this pass pawn he just gave, right?
Yeah. Rook h8 played. Bobby hasn't been in like a serious time scramble like this, so he's got to focus.
Yeah.
He was in a little bit of a
Oh.
scramble with Naka.
No, but he was lost against Naka. That was no
Okay.
scramble. Naka had time. He was just busted. Rook e7, rook e6 check.
Yeah. Don't go to h5, buddy.
Oh, okay, he wants king f7, bishop c4.
Firouzja don't care about bishop c4. Maybe that's smart.
But he can't take on g2 because of rook e2.
But just bishop c4, rook d8.
Okay.
And our king needs to be on e5. But that's a long journey, my friend.
Yeah. Even f2 would be helpful compared to this.
There he goes,
Bishop
bishop
c4
c4.
played. Oh, Fabi nervous.
Rook check, bishop c4. Ay, 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 ay.
Jesse, that Gukesh game petered out as soon as you left. They just started trading off.
Naka's game is still interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, we think
Super.
Naka missed some big chances.
I'm a little concerned for Fabi here, honestly, dude.
Concerned he won't win or concerned he'll lose?
He could. Okay, we need a good move. Okay, king e1. So he wants to play king
Any
f2.
king move, yeah.
Does bishop b? No, bishop b5, bishop b3, bishop a4, rook e7. So that doesn't work.
Right.
There's no.
He's got 3 moves to make in 13 seconds.
We got 10
4
seconds.
moves.
He's got 10 seconds. Oh,
Oh, buddy.
Is this real?
got less.
Yeah, this is real, man.
He boldly left
Dude.
his king in the discovered check. Fabi blitzes the king to f2.
He just played a5, the move closest to the clock.
Ah, that was a good move. He's threatening b5. So Fabi
moves
probably
to
needs
go.
to play a3 or something.
Yeah, a3, Fabi. Okay, Fabi has to make 2 more moves. He got 50 seconds.
He can
Wow.
think about bishop d3 now too. No, a3 is better. Okay. Now b5 is loosening, so it's maybe controversial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a reason he can't go bishop d3?
On bishop d3. Well, he's gonna think about it right now.
He should have just played it, and then Firouzja would have flagged. For just 6 seconds to make 1 move.
Yeah, we think the clocks are
Bobby,
pretty
let's go,
accurate
buddy.
right
Come
now.
on.
Go.
Last
Move it,
with
buddy.
time control. Bishop d3.
Oh, bishop d5.
Had some kind of something.
Wait, what happened?
But rook
Oh, they
e5.
got to fix the score sheets. Arbiter disturbing the players once again.
Oh, what happened with the dad, dude, and all that?
We don't know.
Here's what we know. Apparently, the dad was escorted out of the building,
Oh my God.
and then he gave some interview, and then he threatened to call the police. That's all we know.
All right, my gut take on this is rook e5, rook d6, and black should be okay.
Okay, but
That's
down a
just my-
pawn, right?
Well, it's going to be hard to keep it, I think, because the rook wants to go to d2.
Mm-hmm. So my finesse would be before rook e5, I want to play rook e7 check.
Okay, I like what you're doing.
So if you run to h8 or h6, I don't have any... No, if you go to h6, I have bishop f5 with a checkmate. So
There's a good one, yeah.
if you want to avoid any tactical annoyance, you would go to h8, but then I could maybe play d7, right? So, yeah, that would win.
Oh, I think rook e7's a good move, dude. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So rook e7, and then I'm expecting something like king f6, for example. Now I go rook e5, rook d6, take with check, right? Send the king to e7 or something, and grab b5 as well.
Oh,
What?
that's 2 coconuts.
I know.
And
And although the first cut is the deepest, the second coconut is the tastiest.
Oh man. You do have to watch out. No, that's not. Black's only hope there's some kind of counterplay against G2.
This move 40, I think, came at the perfect time for Fabi because now he can like relax and figure it out.
Yeah. There are some people who only need 1 coconut to win a chess game. But all my life, well, I used to need like 5, but now, for some time now, I've felt 2 was good.
It's good to have more coconuts. More coconuts is a good thing.
So, live position, folks, is just this after move 40, bishop d5.
Okay, wait, let me try to fight you on that position, Bruce. Or try to save black, rather. So rook e7, king f6, rook e5, bishop e4.
Mm-hmm.
You got several options here, honestly. Let's just be clear.
I got a great option. I trade the bishop.
Uh-huh.
And
Rook b5. Get him, David.
I take your b pawn.
Okay.
Whack!
Whack. Okay, I assume I got to play rook d6.
Yep. And now king e3.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so before I resign, I'll play rook d3.
Yep, I know you will. I knew it. I've played you enough times. I take the pawn. You go to g3, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Knew it. Just knew it. I'll take the other pawn on a.
Wait. You got rook g5. Rook g5.
Yeah.
Rook g5, rook b3.
Rook g5, rook b3. Okay, good.
I'm just going to take this one over here.
All right, you take that coconut.
I'm happy.
Rook takes g2.
Okay. Now, tough call. I just go b4.
I'd like to believe in this for you, sure. h3. Oh, you have a
Sorry,
trick?
quick question. Instead of b4, why not just rook h5 right away?
I can do that too, but
I think he's got it. He's got it.
All right.
h3.
Actually, wait. I'm gonna hold off on h3.
Okay.
So I'm gonna play rook a2.
Rook a2. Rook a2.
You might still be able to play rook h5, rook a3,
I got
rook
it.
h4, rook a3, rook h6.
I played rook h5.
Yeah, still looks good.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I was just trying to help him out, dude.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Oh, let me try.
It's fine. His dad's not there anymore, so Uncle Jesse's got to help.
How about this? Let me try one more thing at the top.
Yeah.
So rook e7, king f6, rook e5, and I'll try bishop e6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is not what I wanted. I didn't see that.
But rook b5, rook d6, king e3.
Sure, I think that's totally
That
reasonable.
looks like a good approach, Ghost. Yeah. What if he goes back to his annoying d5 thing, though?
Also, maybe rook d5. Would have to think about it. I don't know.
Yeah, bishop takes f5 is kind of cool, but I guess black can go bishop takes g2.
Where would
I don't
bishop
even know.
f5 work?
On bishop d5.
Why would it work, dude? Why not just play?
Well, I wanted king f5, king d4, king e6, f5.
Now that's some endgame sensei magic there.
But then look, king f4, you might lose.
Yeah. I think that line might not work. But that my idea was the f5. Okay, trick. That was the-
Yeah. But
That's-
we
that
could
king
just take
f4
on
would be-
a5. We could just take on a5.
Just take on a5. It's way easier.
Just
It's way
crush
easier.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's got to be rook d5. It's got to be rook d5.
Yeah, I think rook d5 is what I wanted.
And now, I think we just do some smooth Fabi technique.
Rook b6 feels like.
We
Yeah.
just trade it. Drop back to f1 again. And then the king comes up.
That could be good.
Yeah.
This one's gonna be close. If I can play a4, king d4, bishop c6,
King
maybe
c5.
not so easy.
King c5.
Yeah, put the bishop somewhere like, I don't know, e8.
You got it.
Or maybe black
Oh
just,
no, then you can play bishop b5. Okay.
I don't even go to b5. I go to c4
No,
and
I'll play.
d5.
Excuse me.
I take all the
I'm
diagonals.
gonna play bishop a8, boss. I'm gonna play.
Yeah.
No, then you have king b5. Okay,
Yeah.
so.
I also have king d6, but
Yeah, no, that's all working for you.
I feel like black had a plan to go for king g6, king h5.
oh really? Counterplay even here. Jeez Louise.
Without a4. Yeah.
So just the king comes.
King g6, king d4, bishop e4.
Bishop e4 anchored. b4 takes king over.
Is your king? Where's your king going over there? G6, bud.
He's
Yeah, I want to
going
go to g4, g3.
h5.
Okay.
But it might be too slow if white's b pawn just runs up.
Well, you've got that
But you
covered
can
too.
also
You've got
take
the
the
long
f pawn
diagonal.
and
It's amazing. Oh, but maybe
to-
you can't take on g2 then, huh?
yeah, but I guess now black also has the plan of just taking on f4, giving the bishop for the b pawn.
Well, no, I put the king on e5. I'm not threatening to win yet, but that's what I'll do. And you go to g3, b6.
e3 and f2, yeah.
Now you're kind of sitting around, like king f2, maybe? That's not sitting around. Okay.
It's complicated. Bishop a6 might win.
Bishop a6. Bishop a6. Yeah. You got
So
it.
maybe instead of king f2, bishop b7.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening. But rook e7 played.
Called it, boss. You're GM today.
Yeah. So in this position, which is still relevant since he played bishop to whatever you said, here's one idea. We go bishop d3. I think I have a second winning idea, bishop c4 to d5. I think I also calculated a win, but bishop d3, king takes on g2, for example, bishop takes f5.
Right.
And then just pants, right? Just pants all the way.
Yeah, I think it's bad.
Dude, someone said I'm their favorite dojo sensei. How about that?
Yeah. I see that every day. Somebody does it every day.
Every day you leave Jesse, we got to deal with the where's Jesse? Where's Jesse?
Yeah.
Every time we tell him. He
I
said he's
thought when
just going
David
out for
said he
cigarettes.
gets that every day, he was talking about himself. People saying that about
No,
him.
no, I was saying it about you. I was saying it about you. There were people talking about how they missed you when you went to like run like, you know, an errand for a few minutes. Today, people were like, "Where is he? I miss him."
Yeah. Well, this looks pretty good for Fabi, dude. So let's say the obvious. The draw with Jan and Gukesh, also Prague and Vidit drawing is really good for Fabi. Also really good for Naka.
Yeah.
Speaking of Naka, why don't we go back there? Because he did win that D pawn. And I feel like don't know what's happening here.
Yeah, this one's hard.
So he went for this trade on e3. That surprised me. And just a pawn trade. And now he's been thinking for like 8 minutes. Tom is
So
right.
maybe the way to say this is like if Black's king weren't so molested, Black would be doing fine. But because the king's all messed up, White has reasonable chances here.
Our eval was on this game,
Yeah.
by the way. Jesse, if you want to get back into it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. We can
Well,
turn
where's
it
the
back on
eval
now.
thing? I don't see it anymore. So this is the... Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
So you guys are saying minus a full 1. But you need plus 1, right?
No, it's a minus 0.1 right now. But
Oh, you think Black is a little bit better here?
yeah, but we haven't been on it
We
for a
haven't
few
updated.
moves, so
Yeah.
we're gonna update as well.
We thought Black was
I'm going to
better.
give it a 0.4 for Naka.
So the score on the board, for those of us who count pieces on the board, is bishop and 2 pawns against rook. Black's king and knight are kind of out of it, which I don't like. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't know if I would trust this as Black. 1.6.
Yeah, I think trading on e3 was a real chump move. He's playing without his king now.
Okay, but let's talk about the dream of what Black is saying, because I think I understand what the dream is.
Okay.
The dream is to say that we are going to tie you down to the defense of the g5 pawn, and we are somehow not going to lose either the c or the a pawn. That's the real challenge, I think, because that rook is going to look at both of those pawns.
That is a lot of work for 2 bishops. You're going to defend 2 pawns and tie white down. White's 3
And
pieces.
say that the bishops are going to keep White's king tied down. That's I'm just telling you, I think, what the claim is,
Right. No way.
Also, let's play a dumb game. Like, if it were White's move, what would we do here?
Rook a5. Now imagine the bishops outplaying that rook on a5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm having a real hard time imagining what the improving move is for Black.
You guys see the eval bar creep up there?
So you guys, when you last looked at it, you liked it better for Black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Slightly.
basically until Naka put this move Queen e3 on the board.
Yeah.
And then that's what changed everything for me. I was like, oh, Queen e3.
One of the amazing recaps stories was like there was that position where Fabi played to gave him the bishop and in exchange for the isolate queen pawn, and Naka was like, if this were like the Grand Chess Tour and he's playing some 2650, this would be a great option. But against me, but against these people, no, not so good. And I was like, oh, interesting, dude. And then, of course, that's exactly who this Abasov guy is. That's the guy he's talking about.
Guys, I gotta run.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
I will see you all probably tomorrow.
Yep. That seems like.
Oh wait, tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's rest day, but I'll
Tomorrow's
probably
rest
talk
day.
to you guys.
You'll see us anyway.
Yeah.
Another very basic question, David, is just knight f5 to h4. Like, I realize it's pedestrian, but like, I'm just gonna wear your light squares down and take your nuts.
Wait, who's going to do what?
Like, if I play knight f5, it's pretty upsetting. Bye, Kosio.
Yeah, let me work on my on my view here.
Oh yeah, this is abysmal, man. I don't think this is no bueno.
Yeah, White's knight can get into the game is also what you're saying, right? Black just played h4, so it's time.
No, he's encouraging knight f5, all right.
Yeah.
Mm,
Knight f5 hits the bishop and the h-pawn.
yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing what the problem is with knight f5, dude.
Bishop goes to who knows where.
My just general take is if he has to trade his bishop, it's gone. That's my general take. But I guess that's his intention because a knight f5, you're gonna have to take that thing.
Ooh, chat tells otherwise. Patrick says knight f5, h3 will trade off that pawn before he loses it.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
I
me
take
too.
it back. Knight f5, h3. Good move, Abbasov. Holy moly. What a move.
There's no way to avoid that, really.
Huh. Oh, that's a hell of a move. Oh. So go like knight f5, h3, gh, bishop h3, king e2.
Mm-hmm. And even there, that might be the opportunity for black to go knight f4 check. No, there's f3 square.
Maybe.
No, man.
I got f3, but it is
Well,
the
actually,
opportunity.
knight to d3 against king f3.
Oh, you're insane. But isn't
No,
your
and bishop
bishop
d4 is
hanging?
hanging too. Oh man, I was trying to do like 10 things I didn't have time for tactically.
But instead of knight f4, you can play bishop g4.
Okay. King d2.
And dang, h4 was a good move.
Yeah.
However, I still might be playing knight h4 soon. Maybe bishop e5, intending bishop f4.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not so easy. Now if knight h4, just bishop f4, so. No, knight h4, bishop f4, king c3, and I'm killing. I'm killing. I think, excuse me.
Yeah.
My rook on b5 is doing a lot of work. So if we go back to the game, h4, I don't know if it's going to work. It's a pretty good try.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, there's not only knight f5, there's also maybe some point behind knight e4, maybe some point behind knight e2.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e2 might be simple in the sense I'm saying, well, gh, bishop h3, and then king e1.
Mm-hmm.
Black's dream there might be to play bishop e3 and just be like, Baos, I'm tying you down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so rook a5 there.
You love going after that one. But buddy, I think when you take that pawn and he takes on g5, you might be technically winning, but that's a race.
Okay.
We'd rather not give the pawn if we didn't have to, right?
Sure. Okay, let me play another move then. Rook e5 instead of a5, if you like.
That's fancy, yeah.
I'm going to try and get my king into the game.
Yeah, I like rook e5, dude. And then, because then we can, I want you to get your knight into the game. I want to play knight f4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to point out that knight e2, all these moves are playable for white, right? With the moving the knight.
Yeah.
There might be some point to e4. I don't know what it is, but maybe you could also play knight e4.
Yeah.
Perhaps with the intention of knight d6.
Yeah. So h4 on the board. The advantage has to be a big advantage for white with that black king position. Yeah.
Oh, Fabi's position looks pretty brutal, man. I think it's over for Fab for this dude.
Mm-hmm. For Perugia, he played bishop f7.
And he just took bishop b5, and so rook d6, we have bishop c4.
Ay, ay, ay.
King f6, I have rook d7. He's going to complain about his dad being in the home, making a muck of himself.
Bishop f7 looks like it may have been the most clearly losing option. Well, no, there was king h6, bishop f5, but this looks...
That's just crispy critters, right? I don't even know what
really
you're supposed to say to that.
Okay, maybe...
Dude, Fabi's going to be back in the hunt. Wait, let me just look at the results here for a second. Yeah. So if I assume Fabi wins, he'll go back to +1, and that's 5.5. Yeah, he'll kind of be in striking distance. So what are we saying? He's still only 0.5 point behind the leaders then.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Okay, so for argument's sake, Jesse, king f6.
Yeah.
Rook d7.
Rook d7, yeah.
Rook b8.
A4.
A4.
Oh, and maybe you have... Oh, yeah. Maybe you can play bishop e8.
Bishop e8.
I might end up taking that move back, yeah. Yeah, let me take it back. That's not clean enough.
Okay.
So bishop
king f6.
b5, king f6.
You can't yet win with rook f7, d7, can you? The black king just covers the square and frees the rook.
This covers, yeah.
So it's too soon.
Fabi has some trick here. This is maybe what Farouche is relying on here. So bishop d7 doesn't seem to do it because of rook b8. Rook d7, rook b8 is a problem.
The sensei eval is on the other game. It's on the Naka game. I just can't quickly handle the analysis and the production and switching the thing on and off.
Don't make him work so hard, buddy.
Yeah. You want to know the sensei eval for this position? We're not sure. It looks like we just had a move, maybe. He played king f6. So Fabi needs a good move. I mean, if that rook d7, rook b8, a4, bishop e8 line might have been only +1. So,
right at the end of that, at the worst case, you could play rook like h7 or a7. I like h7 better, and then snip, snap, and then d7. But we do lose b2 with check, so that's the thing that really drives me insane.
Yeah. So.
Oh, wait a second, Miss. Oh, no, take it back.
White to play here.
Okay, another basic option is to play rook a7, rook d6, rook a6. And then we have a question of how we evaluate that endgame. That might be holdable for black, but let's just say that that's one of white's options.
Rook a6. Yeah,
and another maybe simpler one.
We won a similar endgame pretty conclusively before, but the timing may have been a little bit better for white.
And then in that position, besides rook a6, we also have like king e3.
Right. That's what I was going to suggest here was king e3.
But when he'll start checking us though, and then drive us away from the g2 nut, which is his main source of counterplay.
But okay, so like rook e6, we bring it with the king.
Let's bring it, boss.
Yeah.
Okay, rook d6.
Okay, rook d6. Okay.
He's going to bring it with the bishop d5.
Yeah, if we bring the king, now there's rook d2. So we have to go... Yeah.
Not convincing, right?
No, not totally. I mean, we still have a good position, like king c3, bishop d5, rook h7. Certainly playable. Looks like we got to move. Let's see what he's doing. Rook c7. Oh, he's just going to trade rooks on c6 and then have his bishop on the long diagonal immediately.
It won't be quite immediately in the sense that black can play after rook c6 like king e7 if they want, or yeah. But that's the more sensible way of the rook a7 a6 plan. And that also, by keeping the bishop there, it prevents black from playing a4. Okay, rook
This
d6.
looks like it would be okay if the king made it all the way here for black. Rook takes d6, rook c6 have been played.
Now, like without analyzing, I would guess this is drawing. Is without analyzing it. Just because we can't leave our g2 nut. But that's without the analysis. Okay, bishop b3, he stops b4. And it will have a4. However, he can, oh wow, this is gonna, he cannot, it's gonna be very hard for him to talk to our g2 nut. Oh,
He played that really fast, Jesse.
Yeah, but it makes sense. He's like, I gotta stop this thing from happening.
But I didn't see, I thought he could just run the king.
To where?
E6, D6, C5 and hold the whole thing together.
But at minimum, I'll just play b4
I should have
and
played
you're not
B4
going
instead of
anywhere.
bringing my king, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. So he prioritizes stopping b4. This means a better position for white's king.
One crazy attempt at counterplay, I don't think this works, I just want to point it out though, is like imagine king e3, d4 happens. No, I don't like this. I was just going to say the wild, like, first of all, if I'm black, I really want to talk to the g2 nuts. And the only way I could imagine is putting like the bishop on d1 and then doing Kostya's march to g4 with the king. But it's so long, and in the meantime, things are going to fall. Yeah. Okay, this is looking, it's at least very unpleasant. So if let's put on, oh yeah, you have the right position on the board. So the question is, how would, so black can't move the bishop on b3 without giving us b4.
Right, and we're going to play bishop c8 next. And king c7 loses to bishop d5, so it looks like a4 is the only move after bishop b7.
By the way, if it was our move, I don't think we play bishop c8.
It wins the game.
But then bishop d5.
Oops.
It's this casually because it wins the game.
Sorry.
That's why it's a fundamental problem. You cannot, like, yeah, you can't leave that diagonal.
Jesse, chat has a really fundamental question for you. They're saying it's a same colored bishop ending with an extra pawn. Shouldn't your basic assumption be that you're somehow winning as white?
Okay, so same bishop, we have an extra pawn, the assumption being that we're winning. No, I don't know. No, it's too complicated.
Yeah, here's the issue, chat. I mean, this H pawn is pretty close to running, so we can't really trade the G2 weakness for other weaknesses very often. So we have to keep G2 defended, and that limits our offensive potential here.
Also, we should say it's a bummer for black that the pawn is on f5, and our pawn on f4 is a great pawn covering the dark squares.
Yeah.
One interesting thought experiment would be, let's say we got rid of h4 and g2, right? And that would definitely be to white's advantage if I got rid of both h4 and g2.
Yeah,
then you ask yourself, is that position winning? Now, I'd like to believe so, but it might still be a little complicated. But I think that one would be winning. That one I'd be comfortable saying that's. I think I'd be comfortable saying that's winning.
Yeah, black could run out of moves in that one just because their king can't move. The bishop's trying to stay on one short diagonal. But to answer the very general question about bishop endings, folks, I would guess that same colored bishop endings with an extra pawn, that somewhere around 60% of them are winning. Maybe 57 to 60% winning, and 43 to 40% drawing. So
and Naka did the knight e2 move that we were looking at.
I do think they're one of the more winning endings, but an extra pawn is far from a guarantee to me.
And Bruce, we got your variation in the Naka game with white winning the a pawn and black winning the g pawn.
Let's see. Check. Dun, 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 dun.
And I'll go ahead and change my human eval there, and I'm definitely going to raise it. I'm going to say like 1.5 to white.
Okay, we can put on the eval bar.
And I'm going to take Kostya's out because he's no longer looking.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is so... And then Nijad has to go back to h7 with a terrible pin.
Well, he's going to block the knight on f8, I think.
Yeah, it pins with the knight.
And then play g6, king g7.
So he didn't play h3, though. It was knight e2, and then the guy played bishop e3 instead of h3. Well, why not h3? I thought h3 was genius.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Nijat? Buddy. And that leads directly to the loss of the coconut. Oh, this just seems awful, dude. And then a4, you don't have to be a genius to play a4 because Mama said push them pawns.
Ay. How to stop it? It can go all the way to a7. Then you put your bishop on e3, and then white plays rook f8.
Now, let's just say the obvious. The black bishops are still freaking strong.
Yeah.
The black king, though, continues to be... I'm going to call him homeless.
Weak.
I know that's rough and it's maybe politically incorrect, but the man is homeless. Our king is not super, super happy either.
Yeah.
But tell you, pass pawn, buddy. You know, there's that bumper sticker. Happiness is a pass pawn, and this is the kind of thing they're talking about. The c4 pawn is pretty much a full chump.
Yeah, bishop c2 is not going to let him through.
And black is a long way to activating his beautiful g7 and f7 pawns. Like a long way.
I mean, basically, it's just flatly winning now, I think.
I think so, dude. There might be some technical questions, but once we start pushing, that knight is just pinned, dog. That's a pinned knight.
Yep. It went from being pinned on g6.
That's right.
Pinned on f8.
Oh, dude, this makes it, let's just say, this makes the tournament way more exciting. The tournament is wide open now.
Yeah.
Wide open.
Yeah. How far off is Vidit either?
Open.
Is Vidit equal?
You know what? It's really a bummer. When I go to the results page, it instantly shows eval bars.
You can't look at the results page. I figured that out one day. Vidit has 2 losses, 2 wins, 3 losses, 3 wins. Yeah. So even Vidit is only 1 win against Nepo or Gukesh away from, well, he's already played Gukesh, right? But
Vidit's unfortunately already played Naka.
Yeah. Can't get any more. He's like, I'll play a 10-game match with Naka. You guys play 14 rounds of round robin, and then we'll compare scores.
Also, what was interesting in the stats, um, okay, so so chess numbers, right? Stats guy. As you approach the end of the tournament, the score or the ELO rating is going to matter consistently less and less, and the point score is going to matter more, obviously, right? Also, who you play is going to matter more. So after this round, the model favors Gukesh over
Because he
Nepo,
hasn't played Abbasov yet.
and he has one more white than
Nepo
Nepo too.
has. It's 2-2 now for whites and blacks.
Fair enough. Okay, I should have known that.
Yeah.
But in any case,
he's got white against
Abbasov
Abbasov and Firouzja. That's what Gukesh has left.
What is he having? Tell me again.
He's got white against Abbasov and Firouzja.
Okay.
And he's got black against Fabi and Naka, probably. Dang, that's exciting. That's all exciting. F5 has been essayed here.
Essayed? Oh, you got all these fancy words. I think that the essay pretty clearly wants F4, F3 if he can get it.
Yeah.
There's some question marks there, though. Like, let's say A5, F4.
Oh, he's trying to get onto this
King
diagonal.
F2 mess with you? Here's a nice move, actually. So if A5, F4, King F2, then H3, GH, Bishop H4, check. And you got to go back to F1, and I give you another check.
Wait. Before you give me another check. Okay, go for it. Here. And now the F pawn, right?
Yeah. Hi, Chihuahua.
A moment ago, we were saying that the glorious F7 and G7 pawns were a long way away from being felt.
He's marching, dude. He's marching.
That seemed to go really fast, Jesse. Like that.
Okay, but there's a lot of different things happening here. So, for example, A5, F4, we even could play Bishop E4. That's an annoying move to face.
Wait, sorry. A5, F4, Bishop E4. Well, yeah, that's the diagonal black wanted. And you tell him, no, sorry, it's occupied. It's occupied. Well, that's murderous, Bishop E4.
He's still going to play for H3 and all that stuff.
Yeah, but white's even threatening Bishop D5. You have to pay at least a tempo to that move. Which is not only winning your c-pawn, which doesn't really matter, but your knight. There's a question in chat about why not just play knight d4 right here with the double threat of knight f5 and knight e6, right? And the answer is after f4, the black bishop stops knight e6. And f4 is kind of the move black wants to play anyway. Now, might it still work out with bishop e4? Yes, it might.
Yeah, knight d4 is a fine-looking move. I just wanted to play a5 just to see what black is threatening, and because Mama said passed pawns must be pushed.
And of course, Mama said.
At some point, we might even just play the nasty knight g1 and say, what? What do you want?
Oh, God. You said that in sync with Abdul in the chat, who just said, what about the chicken way? A5, F4, knight G1.
We can play knight G1.
Oh, man. What an approach to chess. Nothing wrong with knight D4. I agree. That's perfectly viable. I would also probably just play A5 or, look at A5 first. Be my priority. Man, I am freezing. Is it cold for you, Jesse?
No, dude. We had our first super warm day today.
Oh.
This is global warming over here, buddy.
God. I just don't understand how our genetic ancestors supposedly developed during a long ice age. I don't feel adapted for like living in ice if I didn't have a roof or clothing.
Well, let me tell you who's not adapted, buddy. You aren't adapted because you took your family, right? And you could have gone anywhere. And you were like, hey guys, let's go to a rainy French village. That sounds really nice. You know, the equivalent of England. England like with French talking. You know, that's what you did it. No
It's
one else
it's
did.
gonna make California really nice.
After A5, maybe King F7. I mean, that pawn's getting close. We just got to say, you know, that pawn's getting close. Knight D4 play. Hard to imagine a move other than F4, but H3 right away.
Whoa!
Takes
and
immediately.
they're smacking some moves out. Gets in the H3 tempo. Okay. Checked.
Check the Invisible King. Oh, they're just blitzing it out now, dude.
Living in a rainy French village sounds like heaven. Is it as good as it sounds? Well, if it were a little less cold, it's got a lot of awesome stuff going for it.
Jason Stone Geek in the chat. Old friend, I hope you're doing well, man. Dude just turned 50, bows. 50. Damn. I turned 50 a while back. It's a rough time, my friend. It's a rough time. That wasn't really a rough time, but you know. All right, I think Naka's saying King F3. I guess what he's saying is King F3, Bishop G4, King F4. Is that what he's saying? Walking into the
Black
fire.
has to move, right?
Well, white has to move.
You assume an F4, Bishop H4 check played. Okay.
Yeah. I think those bishops are really messing with me, dude. And on Bishop G4, I guess we're playing King F4. But then, you know, it does allow G5 check to the miserable king. And then I got to go up. And it's a little more spice than I was hoping for. But we got to go up now, right? King E3, Bishop G5, and we don't got nada.
Ever upwards. Ever upwards.
Doesn't make me. I'm a little nervous. We were talking smack about those pawns. They're running now, son. Why couldn't he have just played A5 like a normal person? Okay.
No, I don't live in the mountains. I live on a cliff overlooking the channel.
Have you thought about swimming out there, bud?
I tried it once. It was abysmal. What a bad idea.
Just because it was too cold, or what was it like?
Because it was too cold. It was so cold that I felt sick afterwards.
But isn't it warmer than the water in near Berkeley?
Fabi won, Jesse.
Nice, dude. Let's go recap that, boss.
Yeah, so his move here was Bishop D7. Like saying, thou shalt not even pass into the center with this king, right? He tied him to the weakness immediately.
Oh, Bishop B3, he was like, sorry, kid. Wait a second. And then he's just, we're done? And then King G1. Oh, that's evil.
And then he just, walks the king to H3 and it's the end?
Oh, that's skills, dude.
If the bishop on B3 leaves its post, he just pushes the B pawn. So black's already just maxed out on resources.
Oh, it's just instantly grief, man. That's nice. That's an execution right there. Goodness. Oh, dude, Fabi's back in, man.
Man, he had no trouble grinding that endgame.
All right, I'm gonna go to that. What do I want the result? I want the schedule page. Oh no, it just tells me the rounds. I gotta go to results. Ooh, okay. I'm just gonna look here. I'm gonna just click on 11 because I want to see what is in store for tomorrow.
He played King G2. He feared.
Prague is playing Naka tomorrow. Vidit, Jan, Gukesh gets Fabi tomorrow. That's going to be our game of the day, I think.
Ay, scary.
And Farouja gets Abasov. We can forget that game. Gukesh and Fabi, dude. Fabi. Well, Gukesh. I don't think Gukesh plays it safe. I just think he plays it straight, dude. I don't think, I think he's a straight player.
But he's got black against Fabi, right?
No, Gukesh has white.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How many whites does Gukesh have now?
Then Fabi gets white against Vidit, black against Prague, and then the final round, dude has white against Jan. Oh, that'll be a good one. That's the final round.
Oh, so he's got black against Abasov still. The final round is Fabi against Nepo, right?
Jan. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
So F4, let me just see how this King G2, F4, Bishop F5. We got the light squares, baby. I got the light squares, baby. So why don't you kill me?
I don't understand the moves, Jesse. I don't understand the moves.
Well, I do. Once he wins the light squares, black is defanged.
This
That
whole
F3
tournament
is
is
a
so
god.
hyped because there's so many players so close to each other. Nobody can pull ahead.
Black needs a miracle here. I think, honestly, I'm going to go ahead and say probably everything wins here. We got King F2, Rook C8, A5. He goes A5.
He's got to go
A5
A5.
is like
Because
Mama
black
said,
wants to go
push those
C3.
pawns.
He has to go knight D4. I mean, he's not going to hold all these pawns back forever. So the A pawn needs
No.
to go at some point.
Yeah. Nah, this is just pure crispy critters, dude.
The A pawn can't be stopped. So let's use it. All right, chat's starting to call the resignation somehow. And they're right. Seconds before we see it.
Wow, dude. That's an exciting round. Okay. So there we have it, dude. There we have it.
Wow.
Round 10 in the books. And that was a great round. Another great round. Dude, we're getting great games.
Yeah.
So, that's great, man. And by the way, my tournament prediction was that Prague would be in third place. Prague is now presently in third place, dude. Thank you very much.
He's been
And
in third place.
Naka was going to be in fifth place, and he's in fourth place now. The only thing I'm dramatically wrong about is Gukesh and Fabi here.
It's Gukesh, yeah. But I mean,
and Ali Reza, I was also dramatically wrong about Ali Reza.
Yeah. Prague's kind of been in third place the whole tournament, right? I mean, he spent the whole tournament on +1, I think, pretty much.
Yep.
Let me see. He lost to Gukesh in round 2. Then he caught up in round 3 immediately. And he got up to +1 in round 6 against Nijat. Now he's been cruising.
Dude, the Indians got to be going crazy over this, man.
4 draws in a row.
They
They were going crazy before it started. 3
but now they
players
believe.
in the candidates?
Now they believe, dude. Now they believe like we got a legitimate chance. Gukesh is chess number says Gukesh is the leader. Oh, buddy.
Well, not if he loses mañana, but he looked pretty good today, Jesse. He held it together.
With a funky opening.
Yeah.
A funky opening.
Yeah. What a close tournament. I mean, the only reason that Vidit might not be in the running for first is like these guys have to play each other. There's 5 people in front of him. They're not far ahead, but they have to play each other. He can't pass all 5 of them probably.
Oh, I just found out something, dude. It was a Basov who was the tattletale on Ali Reza's shoes.
Yeah. And look, both of them lost today. The 2 people involved in the drama, which says we should really just stick to talking about chess here.
And the dad is like, he's threatening to call the police if he's not allowed to be in the spectators' balcony.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. But apparently they're only allowed to spectate, the family and team only allowed to spectate for the first 15 minutes.
I thought it was 15 minutes at a time, max. No?
I don't know, man. I'm just reading it off the...
Okay.
And there's a good old Mike Klein giving the interview with Ali Ray's dad and stuff, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the dad is saying Ali Ray's is considering not playing chess anymore. Dad, I don't want to play chess. Oh my God, dude. We've all been there. We've all been there, buddy. I'll tell you what, Ali Ray's like, you want, let me just come in real close to camera number 2, but
Oh God.
Ali Ray's, listen, bud. You might be able to quit chess, but chess cannot quit you. There it is.
You're in good company, Faruja. He told me the
Yeah.
same thing like 12 years ago.
And it was true. It was very true.
And I was like, I never said I was going to quit chess, just that I wasn't going to be a GM. That's all. There's lots of people who don't quit chess and don't make GM.
Oh man. Okay, great, dude. Well, I'm ready to end it. That was great. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Oh, and then let's actually look at the schedule. So, when is the next rest day? It's going to be on the 19th. It's Friday. Oh, and a bummer for me, dude, is no. I'm going to be at the tournament. I'm playing the Maryland State Championship this weekend. Oh man. Maybe I can join you some from my little sad hotel room, but otherwise, not so easy.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying this though. It's been good.
Yeah, super good. I mean, if you have to play a couple games, you have to play a couple games. It's great.
Yeah. Gotta play a couple games.
Yeah. Normally, that's all I want. You know what's really odd? Normally, when I watch a tournament, it just makes me want to go play so badly myself. But here, I'm pretty happy just watching a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. But tomorrow for the rest day, I will be playing chess. I will be training tomorrow at the normal round time. So.
Okay, I gotta go eat something or else I'm gonna die, my man.
Yeah, do it.
Right,
Do
bye.
it. Bye, Jesse. Yeah, it's too bad we can't really see this game between Goryachkina and Lei Ting-Jie. It looks like Black might be winning the endgame. We're only missing the H file. You can at least see the board, even as a very unattractive screen capture. Yeah, Lei was up a pawn earlier. Let's see, there was this endgame here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If she takes on e6, then she's... Oh, then white plays h5, g4, and black wins too? No. The white king comes over to b5. The black king has to walk to h5. That's crazy. This is insane that this would be basically losing for black. So you have to stop g4 from white. You go here, and then the white king just walks over here. You have such a long walk to h6 and here, and then even after you do it, oh, but you have f5. Maybe you shouldn't lose. Maybe you should just play f5 and not lose. Huh. I know you can't cosine this. I can't deal with messing up all my scenes because of chess.com's Windows not working. You can see part of the H file, right? Like, not enough, I guess. I don't know. And it's 2 a.m. This is their live position. Here's at least a position where you don't need the H file too much. It's going to be big if Lei's winning this. The position's probably simple enough that whatever should happen will happen at this point between these players. Only so many options. Black doesn't want to go king f4, knight takes f6, but black can always play f5, and if knight e5, f e4. So it can always be 3 pawns against the knight. I mean, her plan is king b3, b4, and then maybe the knight would move. But I suppose the king could wait, but then it's not capturing things. Knight c5 would be logical, defending this pawn. Here, takes, here, knight here, king takes. This would be winning for black for sure, I think. Well, I say for sure, but the king could take and maybe get back in time. King a3, f5, king a2, f4, king b2, f3, king c2, f2. King can't go to d1. Knight d2 check, king e3, knight check, king here, knight g3 check. Okay, so we can't just push the a pawn. King a3, king d3, king a2, king c2. I don't know, or f5 there, king b2, f4, king c1, f3, king d1, f2, knight d2, e4. Yeah, maybe black can win this. I think winning for black though is even this is actually not just 1 + 1. Other option is not to take it. You wait around. f5 takes here. That's a draw. Huh. If I turn off captured piece display, okay. Good idea. No, but this has captured piece display. I don't know why. Something with this bar here. And here it's not showing the bar. I got it. I got it. Not quite. That didn't work at all. That didn't help. Maybe it's chess.com telling me to go to bed. Good night, everybody. Lay, I'm sorry to leave you here. She's got a 30-second increment, though. This game's not going to last 2 minutes. F5 played. Oh, they've played what? B4 here. F5. Knight E5. Looks like black's winning. I think. It would be more challenging for her to leave the king here so she has some threat to actually take something. If she just waits around with king A2, I think that's winning. All right. Good night, folks. It's been good. Actually, let me really quickly ask you all 2 tiny questions, if you don't mind. Question number 1. How do you like us mainly sticking with one game versus bouncing around on all of them, or maybe focusing on 2 games? What are your thoughts on that? And the second question would be, what do you think of the eval bar? The human one with the average of our points that we were showing, like here for, like, let's say like a Naka game. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You tried playing out that endgame, DJ Connell, and couldn't convert it. That's good practice, though. That's really good practice. Thanks for the feedback, folks. It's definitely useful. The eval bar is definitely an effort. I can tell you that. Like, it takes some of your mental capacity to keep track of it. Can that knight not get back here? Knight c6, knight c2 both look useless. Nice. You just want it like labeled with words. Yeah, knight a6 to give a check. Normally here, check king e3 should still be winning. f3, knight c5, king e3. Yeah, that's winning. So Lei's going to win this and catch up with Tan, I think, in the standings. I can go here to see 2 draws so far. Complicated endgame between Salimova and Vaishali. Yeah, I mean, to display percent chances for a white win, a black win, a draw, and keep updating that and to average our estimates on those three seems a little bit of a tricky problem. But I mean, it's not something we have to solve in one day. You know, we can figure out something better for the next tournament. You know, it doesn't have to be just today. You just want to know who you'd rather play as. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if the eval is positive, it means we'd rather play white, and if it's negative, we'd rather play black. If it's less than 0.5, it's not really a big deal. All right, and that's it. Goryachkina resigns after king e3. This is good shape against the knight. It just can't get around this king. Chess.com won't let me highlight squares anymore. Goryachkina was under pressure the entire game, Urksor, so I think that's got to be part of the story. She was behind for 20, 30 moves. So to call it a drawn endgame is too simplified, right? What you mean is a bad endgame where maybe she had 1 or 2 chances to draw over the course of many moves, which is quite different. Yeah, Tan won yesterday, so Tan and Lei are tied right now with 4 to go. Yeah, I also always talk in terms of numbers myself, actually, so I was surprised, but the reaction's pretty overwhelming that most people would have preferred like some kind of a word system instead of numbers. All right, thanks so much for the feedback, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow with some bouncing around. Nepo and Gukesh won't be playing each other, so that's at least 2 games that the leaders will be playing. We might be watching. We'll see, or we could pick based on how fun the openings are. Maybe we'll see. All right. Yeah, you guys can find your own way to some other activity. I'm not even gonna look for a raid. I'm just gonna go to sleep. Bye. Take care, everybody.